Heaven Path Tribulation. Aoshan was a careful man since he had to. As such, he was unwilling to lay all his eggs in one basket. He had to plan for the possibility of failing to prove the Tao, leaving himself a way out. By searching through his innate bloodline, he found the answer: the Heaven Path Tribulation. Innate lifeforms are very hierarchical. Often, the rank in which they are born determines their status. A dragon born with the power of Saint Realm will have a higher position than one taken with the void-shattering realm. However, they can still cultivate and improve. Moreover, innate lifeforms had to evolve and change to survive against acquired lifeforms during the ancient war. And the main reason for their strength was the Heaven Path Tribulation, which allowed Tier 9 innate lifeforms to enter Tier 10, on par with great emperors. After the tribulations, true heavenly Tao will bless their innate laws, allowing them to compete with the great emperor's grand Tao source. The Tier 10 innate lifeforms are called primarchs and are divided into 6 stars. The first star is equivalent to Immortal Venerable, the second star equals Tao Ancestors, the 3 stars were on par with third-class Great Emperors, and the 6 stars equal Eternal Emperors. The appearance of the Heaven Path Tribulation provided innate lifeforms the advantage in the war, but it was only a brief one. With their ingenuity, humans quickly discovered that after transferring innate bloodlines into their bodies and developing them to the point of awakening innate laws, they could also undergo tribulation and become primarchs. The only downside was the tribulation was 100 to 1,000 times more difficult for them, but that did not stop many people. Aoshan learned that heavenly Tao would not prevent him from participating in the Heaven Will Bat because of his identity. However, if he wanted to participate in the tribulation after the battle, he needed to pay the price, hence why he gathered the merit. He plans to become a 6-star primarch if he fails to prove the Tao. Then, he will protect the demon race in the upcoming era. After a while, he will refine his body and power into a race-protecting treasure for the demon race before going into reincarnation and trying again. Aoshan's ambition is to be an eternal emperor since it is the best path of cultivation. Once a primarch left their chaos world, they would be as weak a chicken before an emperor, unless they can turn their innate laws into primordial laws or cultivate a body on par with fiend gods. He did not want to spend his entire life limited by the chaos world, nor did he know how to transfer his innate law into primordial law. The best course of action is to walk the emperor path. Aoshan placed the merit away, thinking about how he could gather more since he did not know whether it was enough. The demon race needs a better intelligence agency. He realized how little information he could gather with the current system, which was dangerous since he knew little about his competitors. Therefore, he decided to take this matter seriously and oversee the process himself. Central Continent, Emperor Enlightening Academy, Headmaster Song Li ended the conference call with a pondering look. Maybe, her decision is correct. His mind traveled 300 years ago, after the deception trial. Su Shi asked for a meeting with the Academy's upper echelons. I want to prove the Tao in another world community. No one responded to her because of the shock of this sudden news. Su Shi, do you know what you are saying? Asked Song Li after regaining his composure. Proving the Tao in another world will mean you are now a foreigner. Even if you leave your inheritance to the Academy, we won't receive any luck or destiny. Su Shi was aware of the consequences since her actions were frowned upon. After becoming an emperor, even if she left her artifact, scripture, array, and other resources for the sect, she would technically not count as the Academy's emperor since they would receive no luck or destiny. Even if she preached the Tao in the myriad emperor world, there would be no benefit since she is a foreign emperor. I understand the consequences, she explained. But after the trial, I realized my chances of winning the final battle were slim. And I cannot afford to lose. The elders were quiet as they knew about the trial. They were once excited about their heaven-chosen breaking the barrier between mortals and immortals. But then they soon learned that all the other participants from the myriad emperor world did the same. And Wang Wei even achieved 6-leaf strength, and there was the possibility this level was not the limit of his power. I am sure we can find another method, commented a teacher. Or, we can still wait for another generation. Many people favored Su Shi over Lin Fan because she inherited all his positive qualities, not the bad ones like his lust. The only issue they had was her obsession with reviving him. However, as long as she could rein it a little, it would be the perfect driving force without interfering with her cultivation. There is always another way, chimed another teacher. They did not want to lose the opportunity to become a sect with 2 eternal emperors. And with Su Shi's talent, she would definitely become an eternal emperor. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.com. My husband's existence was affected when he died, so he cannot wait too long before I can revive him. To reconstruct his existence, I need to become an eternal emperor in this generation. Song Li frowned as he knew that existence reconstruction was not something any eternal emperor could do. But that was not the main issue. You know, Heavenly Tao will not allow foreigners to access their world imprints? Every living being has an imprint based on the world they are born. It is that imprint that identifies them as citizens of a world. The identity token that allows foreigners to participate in another world's heaven will battle worked on the imprint. And sometimes, when reviving someone from the dead, the imprint is necessary, as in the case of Lin Fan. I'm fully aware. But I can find another method or make a deal with the myriad Emperor World's Emperor to help. No one said a word as they could see she had made up her mind. Her obsession with reviving Lin Fan had finally reached an uncontrollable point. A new era of change, prosperity, and conflict is coming, stated Su Shi calmly. It would be best if the Academy has a great emperor representing them in that era, especially if the final victor is from the Dao opening sect. She had a point. After the heaven-chosen trials ordeal, Wang Wei displayed no animosity toward the Academy besides the surface competition of the world's supposedly 2 most powerful factions. However, all that could be a mask. Give us some time to think about it, said Song Li, and Su Shi did not insist. After the conference, Song Li began to think her approach was correct. With recent events, it's apparent the Dao opening sect has grand plans for the upcoming era, most likely to be the leader. And if the Academy does not want to cease to exist, certain sacrifices must be made. Song Li knew he had a genuine reason to be worried. The birth of most emperors had relatively little effect on the top emperor lineages since they posed no threat to them. They only have to worry about pseudo-eternal emperors because the latter can use guerrilla tactics to slowly eat these factions before destroying them. However, eternal emperors are different. No single faction can face them in the current era with no immortal sovereign. If one wanted to destroy any factions, including the Dao opening sect, no one could stop them. After pondering for a moment, Song Li called for a meeting with the ancestors. He could not easily make such a decision and needed guidance. After a lengthy discussion, they concluded Su Shi's method was the best, despite the consequences. What about the previous plan? Asked Song Li. Should we continue? If it goes well, she will thank us. However, if it fails, it might result in her not even acknowledging us as her faction, replied Academy 1, the insurgent cultivated by Emperor Kong. The fact Su Shi became the Academy's heaven-chosen midway caused some trouble regarding her loyalty and belonging to the faction. Luckily, with Lin Fan as a medium, the Academy solved the problem. However, her recent decision has again caused some cracks in the relationship. And if this plan fails, the damages will be unrepairable. So, is it worth the risk? That's for you to decide. Song Li was speechless. He came here for guidance, not for him only to bear the burden of this choice. He exhaled out loud before being firmed. Let's do it. He took out a talisman to contact someone. Su Guan, you can do it. Learning experience. Su Guan sat in a room with his daughter, sweating all over his head and body. He took a cloth to wipe the sweat on his face before setting up the table. You need to lose weight, commented Su Shi. How can a cultivator be fat? That is a sign of prosperity. Anyway, it does not affect my health or combat ability, rebutted Su Guan, and he was telling the truth. Unless by choice, preference, or a weird physique, most cultivators are fit because fat is considered an impurity of the body and will be dispelled through the process of cultivation. Nevertheless, some cultivators enjoy looking plump and choose this way as an aesthetic. "So, what brings you to see me?" asked Su Shi, deciding not to interfere in her father's choice. "Do I need a reason to come see my daughter?" "True." Su Guan nodded before taking out something from his space ring and handing it to her. She was surprised as she had never seen something like this, despite her wealth of knowledge. "What is it?" "Some kind of shoes. It's called a heel. About a month ago, the Dao opening sect began to sell this new and strange footwear. The popularity has reached the point that it's gotten to my radar. They looked beautiful," praised Su Shi before trying them on. "Comfortable, too. That's what all the women who tried it said," stated Su Guan. "According to our commerce's predictions, this industry will soon become another staple business for their sect." Su Guan sighed out loud. Why do these powerful sects keep getting richer? Shouldn't they have enough? They could leave some opportunity for us peasants to struggle. Su Shi ignored her father's complaints. The Association of Chamber of Commerce is one of the most wealthy factions of the myriad emperor world, ranking top 100. They have not gone up in the ranking because their most potent backing is a third-class strength insurgent. And the fact they can keep such considerable wealth without trouble is proof of their diplomatic abilities and the connection they've made with different factions. "Are you going to sell knockoffs of these shoes?" asked Su Shi. "If you are, you should be careful of the Dao opening sect's reaction. The original plan was to create a cheap knockoff and sell it in the black market through the unaffiliated business of the association," replied Su Guan before gritting his teeth. However, the plan hadn't even started before ending. "Did they warn you?" she asked, slightly surprised. When it comes to products such as this one that can be easily copied, most factions will ignore copies as long as they control the primary market. "They didn't have to," replied Su Guan, his pouting face somewhat made him adorable. "Someone placed a powerful curse on the very concept of the heel. The knockoffs will spontaneously catch fire if someone else tries to sell it before self-destructing. This must be quite the unique curse," analyzed Su Shi. "If they are willing to go such extreme for this product, then you shouldn't get into this business. I know this. I'm worried other people will begin using similar methods for other products. You don't have to worry much. How many people do you know can use such a curse? Even if any faction spent years cultivating a curse master, they might not reach that level," reassured Su Shi. She then took out the heels and admired how beautiful the design was. Then, she frowned. "I know." Su Guan was aware of this. But he has a business intuition that this method of protecting discoveries or inventions will become more regular in the future. And if that's the case, the association's commerce will be significantly affected. "Have you noticed?" he asked. "Yes. The material on these shoes is terrible. Even if I refined them and added more runes, they would only last a few decades. It's done on purpose. To sell more shoes," she instantly realized. "Yes. They designed the products to last a specific time, forcing people to come back and buy more. Quite the ingenious tactic," elaborated Su Guan with glistening eyes. "The shoes are even designed to self-destruct if someone tries to modify them. According to tests done by the association, only the best artifact refiners have the skills to temper with these shoes. However, the material used still limits them." "Truly ingenious," muttered Su Shi as she knew who was responsible for this product and all these tactics. She has secretly infiltrated the Dao opening sect's domain, and she was genuinely shocked by the experience. It was like a completely different place from the rest of the world. The mortal had created a civilization entirely based on puppetry and constructs. They were educated, healthy, well-fed, and generally happy. Cultivators and mortals lived together in harmony. Su Shi was greatly surprised by what she saw. The amount of luck the mortals could provide the Dao opening sect because of their excellent reputation was at least 5 times more than any other sect with the same population. After that visit, she returned to the sect to analyze the root of this vast difference. Su Shi discovered it was the result of the schools and constructs. After the schools stopped providing other factions with luck, they all stopped and ignored them. The same happened for the constructs. Once the benefit stopped, they returned to the old ways. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.com but not the Dao opening sect. They persevered to the point of allowing the mortals to create another civilization besides cultivation, a civilization with them as the core. Immediately afterward, she used her power as the next headmaster to copy their model. However, Su Shi discovered the main thing preventing her from reaching the same success level as the Dao opening sect is the inability of the academy's students and teachers to look at mortals with equality. Wang Wei faced the same problem in the early development of the sect's domain, but used his status to persevere, hence today's result. And this has been Su Shi's plan as well, but there hasn't been any result yet. But she now feared after leaving the academy, things would return to their original state. Enough business talk, said Su Guan. Let's enjoy our father-daughter time. He served her some unique tea he had recently received. Moments like this made me wish your mother was still here, sighed Su Guan. She would have been proud of your achievements. Maybe, replied Su Shi. Her mother died after giving birth, so one of her father's many concubines raised her. She did not know her mother, but the concubine treated her like her own. So, Su Shi never lacked motherly love since she always had a mother. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong, and before she could react, she fainted on the floor. And not long afterward, a bunch of teachers from the academy appeared in her room. She will be fine, right? Asked Su Guan. You don't have to worry, said Song Li. We will only place her in a powerful illusion where she can experience Lin Fan's life from a third-party perspective. Our objective is to see that although he loved her, it was not to the point where she needed to be obsessed with reviving him. Will it work? It depends on her, whether she is willing to accept this fact. Su Guan sighed as he was out of ideas. He tried to talk to her many times about this subject but would be rejected every time. And one time, he tried to involve her mother, and she almost stopped talking to him because of it. As a last result, he had to rely on the academy's extreme method. Shire, I'm sorry. But this is for your own good. Su Guan not only cared about the prospect of his family once his daughter proved the Dao, but he genuinely wanted her to be happy. And Lin Fan has become a roadblock to that happiness. Moon, ancient aristocratic clans, Hua Fenghuang opened her eyes, and the power of innate laws emanated from her body. She sensed someone outside her room and controlled the formations to allow entry. Pa and Dan 0 Vel. C0M, father. How are things? Asked Huoru after saluting his daughter. I've awakened 3 innate laws, but the final fusion of all 5 bloodlines is not complete. Were there any issues with the primordial dragon's bloodline? No. I've absorbed his wood and thunder laws and fused them with my sovereign water law. The flame law? It was lost in the fusion process, Hua Fenghuang replied with some regret. You should be satisfied with 2 out of 3. Have you awakened bloodline memories? Not yet. I'm waiting for the final fusion. It's good to be prudent. Hey Race, what happened in the assembly? Huoru handed her a talisman that summarized everything that had occurred. After reviewing the information, she frowned. Is this why he was chosen instead of me? Hua Fenghuang felt Heavenly Dao should have granted her some destiny in this new era because of her desire to change the world for the better. Now, after reviewing the assembly, she understood the reason: her biases. She favored the ancient clan too much, and her methods would break the balance of the world. So, I should learn from him. Do not give the ancient clan too much power, at least on the surface. Learn to compromise and even lose for the sake of the entire world. Fenghuang squinted her eyes as she mulled over the future of her clan. Some changes needed to be made. Li Jun's encounter, Pan DN0VL CM Origin Weapon Mountain, Chen Chen ended the formation, deep in thought. The past few years have not been kind to him. He did not show up in the early stages of this glorious age, waiting for the opportune time. During his time in hiding, Chen Chen was confident he was par with all the other Heaven Chosens. His competition with Tong Ruobing was proof of his prowess. Unfortunately, everything changed after she encountered a man named Wu Ming. Chen Chen did not know what she got from him. But after that encounter, she easily surpassed him, frustrating him beyond words. And things worsened when he encountered Heaven Chosens like Wang Wei, Feng Heng, Fenghuang, and others. He realized these people were in a class of their own, and his rival, Tong Ruobing, was now part of this class. Chen Chen's ambition has always been to create the most powerful artifact in history, surpassing the all-encompassing mirror that the refiner ancestor created. The mirror is, without a doubt, the most powerful artifact of the myriad emperor world, despite the refiner ancestor being only a pseudo-eternal emperor. Chen Chen wanted to create the most powerful artifact of the lower dimension, surpassing all artifacts in the lower dimension. And without proving the Tao and becoming an eternal emperor, he could not accomplish his goal. After sighing in desolation, Chen Chen took out a booklet from his space ring, a pondering look deep in his eyes. 200 years ago, he received a fortunate encounter that could change his life. It was the inheritance from a foreign heaven world named Mechanized Puppet World. He did not know this inheritance was in the Myriad Emperor world, nor did he care. The cultivation system of that world involved created a puppet that is empty inside, and the cultivators can enter to control. The puppets are essentially operated armors, that's the best way Chen Chen could describe them. Chen Chen did not care for the novelty of this system. In his eyes, these puppets were nothing but well-crafted magical artifacts used in another system. Furthermore, he could see the flaw in this system, reliance on foreign aid. The cultivators who controlled the puppets were naturally weak, having only cultivated their spiritual power to control the puppets better and have the ability to create and update them. In the later stages of this system, cultivators can create law puppets, but they still have to summon their puppets from their sea of consciousness when needed for battle. If someone is fast enough, they can take advantage of this flaw. This issue is solved only after the heaven will battle. After proving the Tao, the cultivator will inherit their puppet's power, while the artifacts will become something similar to a proving Tao artifact. A technique considered forbidden in the mechanized puppet world allowed the cultivators to fuse with their mechanized puppets permanently, to eliminate the boundaries between flesh and metal, human and puppet, to eliminate the boundaries of self and tool. The moment Chen Chen read about this technique, he thought about fusing with an emperor-tier puppet. Of course, reasons told him that was impossible, but he still could do it for an immortal tier 1. However, this technique had a high failure rate, and the consequence was worse than death. He previously rejected taking such risks. But now, as he watched his peers surpass him, as he sensed the upcoming era, he hesitated. Was the risk worth it? That's all he could think about. Chen Chen spent the next few hours thinking to himself, asking not to be disturbed. Then, he gritted his teeth as he made a decision. Tell the elders I'm going to the refiner paradise world. Chen Chen believed that he had a higher chance of success if he refined the immortal tier puppet himself. And only in places like the refiner paradise world, where refining masters can prove the Tao only based on their skills, would grant him the skill to achieve such a feat. People reacted differently to the assembly. However, one consensus that every participant agreed upon, a new era of strife was upon the world, and the son of an era had a plan for that era. After finishing the negotiations, Wang Wei headed to Li Jun's mountain to meet the latter. It has been a while since they talked and interacted. After serving tea, the three reminisced about what had happened to them. Nothing exciting occurred for a while, explained Li Jun. After receiving the talisman from the ancestor, I went into retreat, even using the time formation. You must have gotten quite the result, asked Wang Wei. Indeed. I realized how much I'd underused my physique. As long as you learn. Liling, what about you? A lot occurred. I received the Ancestors' Talisman right after the automatic cauldron succeeded in producing heaven-grade pills. And with what I learned, Saint pills won't be a problem. That's good news, nodded Wang Wei. What about the acquired source rune physique I mentioned? I've succeeded, she replied before raising her hand, displaying as it turned into a hand made of runes. I've turned all the cells in my body into runes, as you suggested. But why do I feel you're not that excited? I am. It's just that pill refining talent also involved flame control, herbology, purification, and runes. This physique has drastically elevated the runes aspect but only slightly affected the others. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. The most significant benefit Yen Liling received from this physique is her talent for the other professions has been elevated, granting her the skill required for the automatic cauldron. I'm more excited about your force control skill. It has helped me a lot in my refining methods. That's good. What about the Di realm? I've also succeeded. I've refined my divine sea into a spiritual herb garden. Yen Liling waved her hand to show inside her divine sea, where she planted various spiritual herbs. Her origin essence will nourish the herbs while some will produce spiritual qi similar to Wang Wei qi flow divine ability. Although it is only the first stage, I'm satisfied, she concluded. Wang Wei nodded before looking at Li Jun. Nothing yet, he replied, slightly embarrassed. It seems your cultivation talent is lacking a little, commented Wang Wei, and Li Jun agreed. His battle talent is on par with the likes of Feng Heng and other heaven-chosen that have broken the boundary of mortal and immortal. However, his talent for cultivation, as in going through realms and comprehension, was lacking to them. This might help, stated Wang Wei as he took 2 small purple orbs, 2 strings of chaos qi. Yes. After close to 100,000 years, I've condensed these 2 from innate qi, commented Wang Wei. After spending more than 90,000 years listening to his ancestors preaching, his qi flower ability produced these 2 strings. Have one of the insurgent ancestors wash your body and soul with these qis, it should increase your cultivation talent. Li Jun was not hypocritical by rejecting something that he truly desired, especially since it came from his brother, so he calmly accepted the offer. I may have another way to help you. But I don't know if it will work. What is it? Wait until I know if it will work, and I'll tell you. What's with all the mystery, complained Li Jun before sipping his tea. I just don't want to give you false hope. Whatever. He could wait. Before I forget, announced Wang Wei. Don't forget to lend your talisman to the ancestors, it might be helpful to them. We were just thinking this, added Yen Liling. We've learned so much from the ancestors and hoped the entire sect would benefit. I'm sure they will. Wang Wei suspected the ancestors left something for the sect's insurgents. And when he started dealing with Origin 1 instead of Sword 1, he confirmed his theory. We also have something for you, said Li Jun before handing him a talisman containing a memory. Intrigued, Wang Wei activated it and saw a scene from a few days ago. Li Jun and Yen Liling were walking in a forest, traveling throughout the world while flirting with one another. The couple wanted to take this opportunity to have a vacation after spending so long not seeing each other. Then, out of nowhere, a flaming meteor came crashing from the sky, blocking their path. After the dust clouds blew out, a handsome young man dressed in flame-red robe appeared before them. He had soft skin, and a noble and elegant aura naturally emanated from him. However, deep in his eyes was a very well-hidden cunningness. You're Li Jun and Yen Liling, correct? Wang Wei's guard dogs? Li Jun calmly looked at him before answering with a smile. We are. And whom might you be? Yang Guowei. Am I supposed to know who that is? Continued Li Jun despite lying. He knew who this man was from the Fate Shadow Guards. From the Yang family, added Yang Guowei, his eyes twitching slightly. Oh, you're the cheater Nine Sons Emperor's offspring. Li Jun versus Yang Guowei. Cheating, replied Yang Guowei with a sneer. Anything goes for the final throne. It's not my father's fault your elders were stupid enough to fall for such a trick. What did you say? Yan Liling asked, triggered by this comment. No one can badmouth her elders. Li Jun placed his hand on her shoulder, calming her nerves. He was also mad since the Nine-Sun Emperor basically destroyed the Dao heart of his brother's grandfathers. That heaven will was wasted on your father. Any of our elders could have become pseudo-eternals and even eternals. But your father barely became a first class. All I'm hearing are excuses from sore losers. Okay, I don't want to waste time with you, countered Li Jun. Every second looking at your ugly face, I feel my lifespan rapidly shrink. Veins appeared on Yang Guowei's forehead. He had to admit this comeback was a good one. What do you want? Continued Li Jun. I want the deceiving heaven longevity art. And what does it have to do with us? Li Jun suddenly thought of something. You want to kidnap us to blackmail Big Brother Wang Wei? I guess you're not as stupid as you look. Interesting, commented Li Jun as he took out his spear. I haven't had a good fight in a while. He did not hesitate to deploy his domain, turning the surrounding into a world of crimson red, the same as his hair. Meanwhile, Yan Liling flew out of the boundaries of this confrontation. The same for me, replied Yang Guowei as he also deployed his domain, turning his surroundings into a world of white. Looking from above, these clashes looked like two circles, one red and the other white, clashing, trying to overwhelm the other. Let's test the water first, thought Li Jun as he waved his spear. Then, an infinite number of weapons manifested in the sky, spears, swords, sabers, halberds, axes, bows, and others. Slaughter Dao includes weapon laws that are further divided into spear, sword, and saber laws on top of myriad other weapons. Yang Guowei calmly watched these infinite weapons descend upon him. He had no fear despite their powers to destroy countless middle thousand worlds. Numerous black circles appeared above him, and black holes came out from the circles. They easily swallowed the weapons. Then, the black holes turned into a black cloud that spread throughout Li Jun's domain, turning his side from red to black. Darkness has contributed to numerous acts of slaughter, stated Li Jun as he quickly dispelled the power of darkness. Before humans discovered fire, too many people died because of the species' inability to see in the dark. Countless military tactics involved using the darkness to commit acts of slaughter. So, darkness was one of the weapons of darkness. Li Jun placed the tip of his spear on the ground. The earth turned gray, the color of death. An army of dead soldiers, ghosts, and zombies rose from the soil. There were billions of dead, all ready to listen to their ruler's command. Li Jun took the battle maniac's advice and reforged his slaughter Dao. He included Yin law, judgment law, sovereign law, and a little bit of life and death, all in preparation for Wang Wei's plan. Of course, he only uses enough death law not to become an outlaw. As the Yin Legion rushed toward Yang Guowei, he activated the black holes to swallow them. Unfortunately, these soldiers were immune to the physical attacks of this black hole. And the devouring power of these black holes did not reach the conceptual level. Yang Guowei controlled the black circle to release a power associated with death and use it on the Legion. However, the attacks could only kill half the Legion, but Li Jun could also create an infinite number of the same amount that he could kill, making his attempt futile. So, he chose another tactic. The black circles turned red before releasing 9 suns. Then, pure yang flames emanated from each sun, evaporating the undead Legion into ashes. Black represents darkness and death and is also a color associated with black holes. Meanwhile, fire is always associated with the color red. A chromatic Dao analyzed Li Jun. He immediately could tell his opponent would be a versatile fighter since colors are associated with many things, some with physical things and others with concepts. Furthermore, colors are often associated with emotions, so Li Jun immediately prepared for this possibility. He used a new technique he learned called primordial spirit projection. Another illusory primordial spirit split from the one in his sea of consciousness. All spiritual attacks, including emotional control, will be directed at the projection, protecting the main one. Additionally, Li Jun can use this method to detect unnoticeable spiritual attacks like secretly affecting his emotions. As soon as he used this technique, he saw a slight red flash in the projection's eyes. Excitement? He wants me too excited and become careless? Analyzed Li Jun. Let's get serious. Death Judgment, a scale appeared in the sky with the words, life, and death, on each side. Then, it tilted to the death side. A brilliant golden light descended from the heavens, headed directly toward Yang Guowei with incredible speed. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. Luckily, his white domain turned orange, representing slowness and drastically reducing the attack speed. In addition to the time spent destroying the red suns, Yang Guowei finally reduced the attack speed to a point where he could react. Two circles appeared above his head. The first was green, representing the Earth's solid nature and defensive capabilities. The second was black and white, which generated a yin-yang shield. Yang Guo's measures defended against Li Jun's attack. However, his opponent did not give him time to breathe. He saw Li Jun rushing towards him with a tsunami of blood following him. He could hear the scream of the fallen from the blood ocean but quickly protected his mind with a color barrier. He used the color black, this time associated with space and the void, to teleport the blood river away from him. He tried doing the same with Li Jun, but the latter resisted. Yang Guowei had to defend against Li Jun's spear. So, at the last minute, he condensed his domain into a protective barrier before him. Boom! The clash made the surroundings tremble as the space broke apart. The trees flew away, mountains broke, and rivers dried up. Li Jun slid backward because of the shockwave. Meanwhile, Yang Guowei was perfectly intact. At least, that's how it appeared. Splash! Yang Guowei spat a mouth of blood, and his complexion became paler. What? I blocked that attack. Absolute control of the domain is one of the main requirements to enter the Supreme Realm. And not many people, including his peers, can condense it into a protective barrier right after entering the Saint Realm. As such, he should have blocked the attack. Yang Guowei immediately used the yellow color that represented plants to heal himself. Unfortunately, this method failed as he sensed his body rapidly become weaker. He tried the color gold, which represented light and also healing. It was the same result. He rapidly analyzed the situation before things reached a critical condition. What is the greatest cause of death throughout history? He muttered. Sickness. It was not cultivators, mortal strife, or the environment that caused the greatest death throughout history, sickness. Trillions upon trillions of mortals die every day because of disease. You've figured it out, commented Li Jun. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, the four fundamental aspects of life. Yet, cultivators have removed this aspect from the equation. I think it was about time for that to change. 5 colors appeared before Yang Guowei as he continued to cough blood and get weaker. According to medicinal theory, sickness results from an imbalance of the 5 elements. So, he used them to cure himself, and this method had some effect. Nevertheless, he still felt a sense of weakness, and his origin essence operated slower than usual. I can't believe I have to use my full power on someone like Li Jun. Yang Guowei felt humiliated, but he had no choice. Suddenly, his eyes glanced in one direction before returning to normal. It was such a passing glance, so subtle that no one would notice he was looking somewhere else, thinking he was simply scanning his surroundings. Then, Yang Guowei took a talisman and disappeared, making Li Jun and Yen Liling frown. Wang Wei finished watching the fight through the talisman. What's your analysis on him? He appeared prideful because of his emperor offspring identity. However, I feel like this is nothing but a mask. Given who his father is, he is most likely as cunning as the latter. I would not be surprised if he tried a similar tactic as his father, commented Li Jun. He's definitely ruthless and willing to do anything for his goal, added Yan Liling. During the entire fight, I felt he kept an eye on me secretly. I think he was scheming on kidnapping me to get you to surrender. Really? I didn't notice this. Yan Liling was very sensitive because of the recent improvement of her soul and new physique. So, she felt his malice. The question is why he suddenly left the fight when he seemed prepared to go all out, questioned Wang Wei. He sensed something and looked outside. Li Jun and Yan Liling felt the same thing and observed the sky outside. There was a vision of golden clouds accompanied by the sound of the Tao, which covered the entire world. The group calculated the reason and learned someone in this generation had already broken into the Supreme Realm, surprising everyone. Most Heaven Chosens were still in the void-shattering realm, with a few entering the Saint Realm. But someone had become a true monarch out of nowhere. Wang Wei divined more information but only learned it was a sealed Heaven Chosen who cultivated. However, something blocked other details on the latter. While pondering on the person's identity and whether they had a purpose for cultivating so fast, Heavenly Tao suddenly sent a message to all cultivators in the world. And it involved this generation's clean-up. The clean-up. Something is wrong, thought Wang Wei. The clean-up is a generational event where cultivators of the Myriad Emperor world essentially go on a slaughter spree in the Nine Devil God world, culling the strength of the devil race. The purpose is to prevent any possibility of rising. Although it was a generational event, not everyone participated. And sometimes, only a few people do so, mainly loose cultivators, since it is an excellent opportunity to gather resources in another world. This event had the most significant after the Devil Era. Back then, cultivators were full of hatred and animosity and took it out on the surviving race. In the next few generations after the end of the era, the Devil race was almost extinct because of how much people hunted them down. Typically, the cleanup should not be important in this generation, nor did it warrant an announcement from Heavenly Tao. But this has changed today because the cleanup involved the Heaven Will battle. Heavenly Tao announced that participants needed an entry token to participate in this generation's Heaven Will battle. The exact date will be after a certain number of Heaven Chosen enter the Supreme Realm. And the permit will be acquired based on the number of devils killed during this generation's cleanup. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. The system of entry tokens is not new regarding Heaven Will battles. Most of the time, any individual can participate in the battle as long as they are recognized citizens and do not have karma from the previous generation. However, Heavenly Tao sometimes uses the entry token system to weed out too many participants. There must be some anomaly with the Nine Devil God world for Heavenly Tao to use this method. Furthermore, the token system might have lasting ramifications in this generation's battle. Wang Wei took a talisman to contact Wang Ju. A few minutes later, a mass of shadow appeared in the room he was in, and a book manifested from the shadow, landing in his hand. After quickly reading it, he handed it to Li Jun and Yan Liling. According to the Sleeper's archive, near the end of the New Emperor era, something similar occurred where Heavenly Tao used the entry token to cause severe damage to the Nine Devil Gods world. And it was because an unparalleled genius had appeared in their race that needed to be eradicated. Interesting, thought Wang Wei. The devil invasion has some connection to a true devil in the upper dimension. So, he is interested in the devil race and their history. He chatted with the two for a while and set up an elder meeting to discuss sect matters. Wang Wei then flew home to see Wu Hong. "Are you coming to ask me about the true devil responsible for the devil race's actions?" she asked while drinking tea. She was not reading but painting. "Yes. I don't know much since he was dealt with by the time I ascended. And my memories are incomplete, she continued. The situation has always been weird to her for some reason, and it was not just because of her missing memories. All I know is that event inspired Qiyuan to begin the second battle of origin and the ultimate taboo. Speaking of which, what is this ultimate taboo? I can't say much since you're too weak. But I'm sure you've put 2 and 2 together and have a pretty close guess. He did have some guesses, but he felt he was missing a lot. However, he did not continue to ask. Speaking of taboos, have you experienced all of them? Which one is the most terrifying? There are a few that I've only heard about, she replied while continuing to paint and not focusing on him. As for the most terrifying? Well, there is some nuance to this answer. The ultimate taboo should have been the most terrifying. But since everyone failed and died, it reduced its significance. So, the title goes to the 6 Cardinals Tribunal. Most cultivators believe them to be only rumors or whispers, only during the ultimate taboo, that they confirm their existence and how terrifying they are. Even the current Maitreya and Supreme Unity are only slightly bigger ants before the 6 Cardinals. Wu Hong stopped her action and looked up at Wang Wei up and down. What is it? You're really a trouble magnet. What did I do? Do I have any connection with whatever taboo you were thinking about? Not yet, but you will if you want to be free from fate. Wang Wei groaned as he caressed his temples. His intuition told him she was correct. Alright, let's not talk about these things. Wu Hong shrugged as she continued to paint and enjoy her tea. What are you going to do? Go into retreat? I have to undergo my Saint Realm tribulation and flesh tribulation. Then, I will go into retreat. Are you going to undergo mortal dust before entering the Supreme Realm? I am. That's good. It's always beneficial to temper the mind and heart when given a chance. Furthermore, when done correctly, mortal dust is a great way to deepen understanding OF's own Tao. Speaking of which, my parents should be back in a while. Wang Wei had a feeling they would be returning soon. Really? I miss father and mother. Me too. How about grandfather? Still in retreat? Yes. I've checked on him, and he's still dealing with his Tao heart, replied Wang Wei. Do you know any method to cure shattered Tao heart? In this chaos world, the answer is no, replied Wu Hong. The laws of this chaos world has placed great restrictions on resources dealing with Tao heart. Is it to weed out the elite and the weak-minded? Yes, but also to encourage cultivators to rely on themselves to deal with the issue. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. That's unfair, declared Wang Wei, who felt there should be a better way to deal with this issue. You're only feeling this way because it affects you. You don't have to expose my hypocrisy so blatantly. Wu Hong ignored his fake outcry. You don't have to worry about grandfather. Your plan to have him defeat 9 sons should work. Hope so, replied Wang Wei as he stood next to her, watching her masterpiece. He had nothing to do until a few days later when he had to activate the Human Protection Array and finish the Myriad Emperor World's protection. Sons, Yang Clan Estate, Yang Guowei was talking to a few elders when he sensed something. He dismissed everyone before activating the room's formation, showing the figure of a hidden figure cloud in darkness. What is it? He asked. How are things proceeding? It's only been a few days. The dark figure paused as they sensed something in Yang Guowei's tone. Are you still mad about the other day? No. You should know it would have been impossible to kidnap them without alerting Wang Wei. And since you know his strength, you should guess what your fate would have been. I know. The figure paused for a moment. Alright. Don't forget our agreement. He then disconnected the communication, and Yang Guowei squinted his eyes. Somewhere in the Myriad Emperor world, the dark figure ended the formation. He was a young man with green eyes. His face was handsome until an insect came from his ears and burrowed into his cheeks. And the figure behaved as if he felt or sensed nothing. This Yang Guowei is a snake. I cannot determine his motive and behavior pattern, he thought. Anyways, as long as his father is on our side, he should behave. He then activated the formation to contact two others. Yu Zhu, how, I've told you not to call me by that name, parasite. Fine. Undead Flame, how is your situation? Not good. I think the Fate Shadow Guards have spotted me. So, soon? They knew they could not hide for long, but the longer they could, the better the situation was for them. I think they are only suspicious. But some people have been monitoring me and my contact with the corpse-selling sect. You need to be more careful and better hide your track. I will. Parasite then looked at the second individual. Designer, how are things on your side? Excellent. As long as you gather the resources and have enough people to sacrifice, I guarantee you a weapon capable of killing a third-class emperor, reassured a young man with dirt all over his face. I guarantee you these two 9-extremity foundations won't survive. Don't worry about the sacrifices. I've already established a semi-decent alliance with many heaven chosens. I will turn everyone against these two if I have to. What about the suppressing Fate Alliance? Do you think we can ally with them? Asked Undead Flame. Maybe. I'm hesitating to deal with Mo Xingyun since she might be connected to the Heaven Devourer Emperor. If she is as selfish as her ancestor, it won't be a bad thing if she's the one who proves the Tao. Their objective is to prevent the rise of the Myriad Emperor world or at least delay it for as long as possible. So, if someone as selfish as Heaven Devourer Emperor become Emperor, they would never help or lead this new era. Let's wait and see. The moment Parasite said these words, he and the others sensed something. Then, they received Heavenly Daoist message. Immediately, Parasite's face changed as the situation just got complicated. Heavenly Dao uses the entry token system to reduce the number of participants in the battle. And if it is the same in this cleanup, their plan, which requires ganging up on Wang Wei and Di Tian, will be in jeopardy. What do you think? Asked Parasite. It doesn't make sense to restrict the participant size, commented Designer. In Heaven-Will battles where Eternal Emperor should appear, it has always been a free-for-all so that the final winner is the person who suppresses every individual. According to precedent, a few times, Heavenly Dao tried to cultivate an Eternal Emperor through a glorious age that skipped the previous generation, and countless heavenly physiques showed up. And in all these battles, there have never been restrictions on the participant number. Do you think it's because of the Era Sun? Asked Undead Flame. No. Heavenly Dao cannot show that much favoritism, even if it would benefit it, analyzed Parasite. Let's just until the clean-up. This might be because of an unknown situation in the Devil God world. Saint Tribulation. Wang Wei held the Human Destiny sword in his hand. At the decided time, he activated it. A brilliant light rushed from the department of the Tao opening sect, shining over the entire world. And from that light appeared a golden formation made of countless circular runes with different designs. It covered most of the world. Subsequently, 3 more lights rushed to the sky. The silver one from the northern continent was from the demon race. The blue one from the eastern ocean, located between the central and eastern continent, came from the sea race. The last one was white, and it came from the eastern continent. The different color formations appeared above the heavens before fusing. The process was easier than expected, making Wang Wei believe that someone thought of this possibility and tempered these formations. His guess is Emperor Kong, since only an Eternal Emperor would have the means to detect these hidden formations. Of course, he had no proof. As he proceeded with the fusion, he strengthened his theory even more. He discovered that it was not someone tempered with the other formations but the human protection array. They made it more compatible with fusing with different arrays. Focusing on the task at hand, he finished the fusion process before giving it 2 main directions. Firstly, watch any movement from the forbidden zones, especially the Dao burial ground. Secondly, be on the lookout for foreigners approaching and entering the myriad emperor world. Once everything finished, Wang Wei felt a sense of relief. The next step of this plan was the committee that ensures each faction pays its share of resources. He had already chosen a reliable delegate from the sectarian faction to send for the committee. While mortals, ordinary cultivators, and non-emperor lineages wondered what was happening in the world, Wang Wei had other stuff to do. Tai Gang had returned, and he wanted to chat with him. How did things go? There was no suspense since most of the worlds I went to were middle 1,000 words. As for the great 1,000 worlds, there were a few resistances. But the elders put them down. That's good. Did you catch the existence of other factions in the lower realm? A few, Tai Gang replied. Mostly the Academy. They've conquered a few worlds to compensate for the previous Qi Lux loss. According to your instructions, we did not intervene in these worlds to not alert anyone. Wang Wei nodded. We must reduce interaction with the outside world for a while before the heaven will battle. Is there a reason? To prevent foreign interference or invasion. What about your other plans? Everything is already set. I just need to wait. He has already instructed the Fate Shadow Guards to expand throughout the endless void. And he has a reliable person in charge of the expansion, allowing him not to worry about problems despite entering a state of low contact. So, why is this conversation really for? Tai Gang could feel this was not as simple as on the surface. What is your plan for the future? Tai Gang did not immediately answer. What do you have planned for me? I wanted you to become Fate One and protect the sect. But I want to know if you are willing. Tai Gang did not immediately answer. I remember the first time we met. I was full of pride and ambitions, even after losing at the hands of Li Jun. But you made me realize how weak I was with one look. Tai Gang looked in the distance, slightly dazed. After broadening my horizon in this world, I truly realized how tiny and insignificant I am. He squinted his eyes with unwavering determination. But I still want to see the highest stage of cultivation, with the best path. You want to prove the Tao? Yes, replied Tai Gang. But I also know my limitations. So, I have a plan that gives me the best chance. Oh, do tell. I want to become the most powerful insurgent possible. And I will serve you until you ascend. But before leaving, you can transfer my power to someone else, and I will reincarnate. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. You want to use your past lives experience to ensure you can prove the Tao in the next. Yes. It's not a bad idea, muttered Wang Wei. With Tai Gang's talent, he would need much luck to prove the Tao or hope that he is reincarnated into a more talented body with a better destiny. However, such a method is not guaranteed. However, if he was a powerful insurgent in his first life, he could use his experience to compensate for his talent. I will help you. But do you want to be karmically bonded with the sect during your reincarnation? No, I want to revive the Iron Fist Kingdom. Tai Gang knew the benefit of this karma and became one of the Tao opening sect's emperors. However, he wanted to have his own legacy. That's fine, agreed Wang Wei before talking with him for a while and dismissing him. I guess I need to find another Fate One. He had someone else in mind, but he did not know whether she would be a good fit. Soon afterward, he went to Tribulation Peak to upgrade the formations. He did not want to leave the sect for his tribulations, but he also knew it could be too powerful for the current formations. He improved them and ensured to hide the process from the outside world. However, he did allow the disciples to witness the whole thing, allowing them to experience how powerful their sect master was. After setting up everything, he released the suppressing technique he's been using the entire time. The sky then changed as fire, thunder, wind, and other elements descended on him with unimaginable power. This part of the tribulation lasted 7 straight days without stopping. Of course, this tribulation was a plaything to Wang Wei. He could not even temper his body because of how weak it was. However, he was interested in the second part of the tribulation. The energy in the clouds condensed into 2 individuals, a woman and a man, both looking very young. Wang Wei's mind rushed as he tried to recognize these two. The Yin Moon Emperor and the Sword-Casting Emperor. These two were the founders of the Yin Moon Palace and the Sword-Casting Villa. They were Jian Wushuang and Su Ya's ancestors. Both were pseudo-eternal emperors who have gone to become paragons and achieve great things. Wang Wei focused on the Sword-Casting Emperor since they technically had some karma. He is the man who defeated the Battle Maniac Emperor during his first Heaven Will battle. He once read some words Battle Maniac left in the sect's archive. According to the latter, this defeat was his greatest shame. And it was not because he lost, but because he lost to a swordsman he deemed inferior to his sister. Later on, after becoming a paragon, he went on to have a rematch and won by a slight margin, just as Sword-Casting Emperor did in their battle. A lot of information flashed in his mind, thinking about the life of these two. The Yin Moon Emperor grew up in a terrible environment as a mortal. She grew to hate men because her father abused her and her mother. One day, her mother forced her to leave before confronting their father and burning them inside their house. Yin Moon hated the feeling of weakness and actively searched for the world of cultivation. She suppressed her peers with the 7 emotions and 6 desires physique before proving the Tao. Unfortunately, she was short of becoming an eternal. Eventually, she created the Yin Moon Palace and only accepted women. The Sword-Casting Emperor lived in the 3rd generation of the ancient emperor era. Back then, the sleepers had just begun and could not gather much information about him. However, Wang Wei knew something about his name. Sword casting implied he was a master of sword refining or his Tao was related to it. But that was not the case. He chose that title and named his faction as such to honor his passing father, who was a mortal blacksmith known for creating great swords. He elevated his father's legacy to a refiner and created the Sword-Casting Villa, who, to this day, is the best sword refiner in the world. Even Origin Weapon Mountain cannot compare to them in that category. Interesting lineup, commented Wang Wei. But that's not enough to stop me. Thunder flashed in the clouds, and they responded as if they heard his words. Then, 2 more people appeared, 1 woman and a man. The woman dressed plainly with a scholarly atmosphere around her. Meanwhile, the young man had heterochromatic eyes, red and blue. The Void Emperor, stated Wang Wei as he looked at the woman before glancing at the man. The Samsara Emperor. 2 more pseudo-eternal emperors. Saint Tribulation, L. 2 interesting emperors, thought Wang Wei. The Void Emperor was once a student of the Emperor Enlightening Academy when they had cultivated 5 great emperors. Unfortunately, her experience in the academy was less than pleasant. She had one other competitor who was on par with her despite having the boundless void physique. However, the Void Emperor always felt the academy discriminated against her because of her gender. She received fewer resources from him, less support, fewer followers, and fewer opportunities. She would have understood if there was an overwhelming difference between the two, but they were relative to each other in most things. The last straw that made her leave was when one of the supreme teachers tried to force her to marry her competitor and give up on her goal of proving the Tao. She left in anger, trying to forge her way. Oddly, she began to strive during this period. Her strength drastically increased until she became known as the person most likely to prove the Tao. And she did. She defeated all her opponents and became a pseudo-eternal. Then, she established the Tao-worshipping academy with a more tolerant and accepting philosophy. As for her opponent from the academy, she killed him in the final battle. But she did not retaliate against the academy. After this incident, the Emperor Enlightened Academy also realized the corruption of their system and changed their policy to be more inclusive and tolerant. The Void Emperor left the Academy in the middle of the void-shattering realm. So, this version is the one with her peak ability, thought Wang Wei before sizing the Samsara Emperor. His story was also interesting. In his youth, the Samsara Emperor was a renowned thief. He would infiltrate different factions to steal important resources from them. When all Heaven Chosens participated in major fortunate events, he would sneak at the last moment to steal all the rewards from everyone before vanishing. He spent most of his life running away from numerous factions, including the Dao opening sect. Wang Wei knew two defining events in his life. The first one was he stole some treasure that allowed him to understand Samsara law. And the second was when he suddenly fled into the Nether Hell. After leaving the Nether Hall, the Samsara Emperor disappeared from the world. And even after proving the Tao, he did not stay nor preach to the world, he immediately ascended. Wang Wei analyzed his life and came up with a theory. He believes the Samsara Emperor somehow used the Nether Hall to pass his outlaw trial. Maybe through a deal with Old Man Nether. However, he ran away after proving Tao to escape his deal or stay away from him. From what he knew, the Samsara Emperor was one of the main paragons in the Second Origin battle, so he should not care about someone like Old Man Nether. "Let's get this over with," he said before deploying his domains, and the others did the same. Facing 4 domains from eventual pseudo-eternal emperors did not suppress him. On the contrary, he still had the advantage. The first to take action was the Een Moon Emperor. A figure suddenly condensed before her. It was Wang Wei with blood-red eyes. A manifestation of one of my deepest fears? Thought Wang Wei as he sensed this clone who actually had close to 80% of his ability. What was one of his biggest fears? Himself. He knew if he one day went crazy, he could do irreparable damage. Even the current sane version of himself was already dangerous to the world. He could not imagine an unrestrained, completely free and devoid of mortality version of himself. Wang Wei's desire to be free was not to be someone who kills and destroys as he pleases. He wanted the freedom to be able to do these things, to have the ability to choose without restraint, whether physically or morally. Although if you delve deeper into his goal, it was somewhat hypocritical, he did not mind. And this technique manifested the version of himself that removed that layer of hypocrisy. It was completely free, indulging in its desires and wants. Interesting technique, he muttered as he could see the flaw in this technique. It worked on an individual basis. The Een Moon Emperor can manifest his innermost fears and copy his strength. However, she cannot manifest Wang Wei to fight another person. Without him as the mirror, she cannot access so much of his power. "Lost lamb, you are a puppet because you lack a soul," commented Wang Wei. Then, he controlled the laws of souls in his domain to grant this fear manifestation a soul. And now that he had a soul and its own will, it was no longer under the control of Een Moon. Out of anger for its past, the fear manifestation attacked its oppressor. It clenched its fist and punched her. Love protection. Love is one of the most powerful emotions in existence. And with this technique, the Een Moon Emperor became the most beloved individual throughout all heaven myriad worlds. Trillions upon trillions of mortals, objects, non-living entities, and worlds loved and adored her, manifesting in the form of protection. Unfortunately, she was no match for a manifestation with nearly 80% of Wang Wei's power. Her technique and domain could not resist the attack, and she turned back into thunder and disappeared. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. Wang Wei then gazed at the sword-casting emperor. The latter looked at him without moving. Wang Wei knew how this man's Daoist operated, giving him an advantage, but he still tested it. He flicked his finger, generating enough force to destroy thousands of galaxies. The sword-casting emperor waved his sword, and the force returned to Wang Wei with an at least tenfold increase. Tao of parrying or the Tao of counter. He took one of the basic concepts of swordsmanship, parrying, and elevated it to the point it can counter anything, including concepts. Wang Wei created a spear of death and threw it toward sword casting. The latter waved his sword to parry it, including the power of death. However, when his sword touched the spear, Wang Wei's domain activated the destiny ability of purpose manipulation. He forcefully changed sword-casting Emperor's Dao to be only able to counter physical objects. So, the latter countered his spear, but death's power killed him. Now, it was the Void Emperor's turn. She first reinforced the space around her domain to prevent teleportation and even made flying a struggle. Then, she created these void twisters, essentially infinite dimensions collapsing and twisting on each other. The space above the Dao opening sect became beyond chaotic. If not for the protective arrays, this would be a catastrophe that enveloped dozens of the surrounding sect's domains. Not bad, thought Wang Wei. As an expert in the laws of space, he could achieve the same feat, meaning this attack was useless. Instead, he was thinking about space and time Dao. In the world of science, space and time are basically the same, or in better words, interchangeable. However, they were two different concepts in the cultivation world, although with some relations. The space of this world is too easy to break. I should change that. Too many catastrophes originated from cultivators destructing power affecting space. As such, he decided to change the order of the world. Cultivators can still use their laws to teleport. But if they want to break the space itself, even a quasi-emperor would not have this ability. Not a bad technique, analyzed Wang Wei as he sensed the Void Emperor trying to teleport all his organs and even the origin essence inside his body. You can die with your own technique. He teleported her brain from her body, and she dispersed, returning to heaven and earth. At last, it was the Samsara Emperor's turn. The latter waved his hand to create a wheel with the power of decay, which is one of the subsidiary laws of death. Although, it can also be a law of its own, a potent one at that. Wang Wei waved his hand to create the same wheel, cancelling the attack. How sneaky. Worthy of a thief. The wheel was a decoy. The real attack was trying to steal his lifespan and secretly kill him. He snapped his finger. Death vibration, dark sound waves overwhelmed the Samsara Emperor, sending him into the cycle of reincarnation. Survived? Wang Wei looked at the dark aura protecting the latter. Death immunity? Interesting. He suddenly looked higher at the Samsara Emperor. Amongst these young emperors, he believed he had the highest chance of reaching immortal venerable strength. Although the others were talented, breaking the boundary between immortal and mortal sometimes requires opportunity and the right time. It is common in this age because of the glorious age. Without the right opportunity, many of the current heaven-chosens would not have this feat. Wang Wei controlled his fate law and changed the Samsara Emperor's fate to that of a dying passing. And unfortunately, fate triumphed over Samsara and bypassed his death immunity technique. I would have to love to compete with the real version. It would be interesting if the younger version of all emperors across time and space competed against each other. That would be a sight to see. Saints preaching. After his tribulation, he felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulder. It was now smoother to control his law and domain. It was as if a veil or restrictions was removed from his body. As a result, it was easier for him to access the laws of heaven and earth and comprehend them. Wang Wei knew the reason for this change. Although he was previously a saint, heaven and earth did not acknowledge his realm since he did not undergo tribulation. The weight and veil he sensed was his incongruity with the world. Should I preach? He thought. One of the reasons the saint realm is named as such is because every true person can preach their Tao to a large group of people. And in return, heavenly Tao will grant them a small amount of merit. In ancient emperor era, saint realm cultivators would travel to the lower realm and preach in small, middle, and even great thousand worlds to receive merit. Unfortunately, as time passed, these places cultivation civilization has been set, making it pointless to do so in modern times. The only time cultivators in modern times used this method was when they discovered a brand new world. A world that does not have a cultivation civilization for some reason, or one that was just born and is relatively new. Unfortunately, these worlds are rarer to find. Even with Wang Wei's soul flower ability, he might not find one since they might not exist at the current moment. Although I don't need the small amount of merit, it's better than nothing. He contacted the elders to announce he would preach to the sect's disciples. He thought this would be a simple thing that took a few days. But the event quickly escalated. The elders wanted this event to be more significant. They wanted disciples, elders, deacons, and foreign guests, people affiliated with the sect but not directly part of it, to listen. It would take some time to gather these people. One elder mentioned that the sect would recruit another group of new disciples a few months from now and let them listen as well to benefit the sect. Another one suggested allowing the disciples from the lower realm to participate. The new branches the sect opened in the lower realm needed a way to increase these people's loyalty to the sect. And listening to a potential future eternal emperor preach would do wonders for this issue. The myriad emperor world was semi-closed, so the lower realm disciples could not come here. But, the sect decided to use an image transmission array to broadcast the event. Wang Wei was speechless the entire time. He did not expect things to escalate to this level. After the elders planned everything, Li Jun and Yan Lililing would also preach before him, turning this into an event. Tai Gang was on the list. Unfortunately, he was now in retreat to enter the Saint Realm. A few months later, Wang Wei oversaw the disciple recruit. The sect divided the tester into two groups, the one with cultivation and the one without. Regarding cultivators, no one above the divine altar would be accepted since that's the realm where it is not too expensive to recast the foundation. There used to be an age limit, but Wang Wei removed it to ensure the sect could find some late bloomers with undetected talents. As such, people from as young as 14 to divine altar cultivators close to the 1,000-year limit attended this process. The sect then used a variety of criteria to test these people. They tested for their talent, including professions, soul, physique, understanding, chi manipulation talent, luck, willpower, and Dao heart. The pagoda was useful for the last part. And this was not the end. The sect checked the background of these people to ensure no problem. They checked their fate line to see if they had some unique destiny. They checked their karma to see if they had some karmic connection that would be favorable to their cultivation or detrimental to them and the sect. Because of this unique and comprehensive method, some accepted individuals appeared to make no sense. Some people were nothing but mortals that did not even have leakless bodies. They only wanted to take a chance at changing their lives. And since travel had become more accessible because of the constructs, they came to give it a chance. Although these choices appeared nonsensical, only the sects knew these people could compete with some destiny, allowing them to have their legends in the cultivation. That destiny might be as simple as an inheritance. Usually, these people would never have a chance to fulfill their destiny. But with the sect's support, they were now the prime candidates. The advantages of this recruiting method were endless, and it was only possible because of Wang Wei's destiny and fate Dao. Once everything finished, two participants stood out amongst the rest. A girl named Kai Song, and she was a member of the spirit race. She is a child's toy who became sentient after being stuck in a high spirit chi environment. After learning about the world, Kai Song had recently acquired her physical body and was on her way to Myriad Spirit Mountain. On her way, she heard about the sect's recruit and had a whim to come test. The sect discovered she had an extraordinary cultivation talent and a monster-level talent for puppets. She was on par with Yan Liling in her professions, if not even more talented. The second one was Jean Mengyao, the owner of the 25th Physique, Spear Overlord Physique. Sect Master, what do you think of these two? Asked one of the elders through divine sense. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. Chao Song is quiet, introverted, and does not fear loneliness, perfect traits for professions that require years of study. However, we also have to train her social skills. Puppets can be vital for our plans if used correctly, so her skills can be helpful. As for Jin Mengyao, besides his arrogance, he is indeed talented. However, we must see how he grows. Wang Wei can read Jin Mengyao like the back of his hand. He could tell this guy was planning on using the sect's resources to catch up to this generation's heaven shows. Then, defeat him to become the sect's leader before proving the Tao and becoming an eternal emperor. The arrogance and ambitions of young people, thought Wang Wei. These two are potential emperors. Based on their performance, they can become the sect's seal heaven chosen. One of them might participate in the generation after my father, he added. A few people thought the same things and waited to bring it off. With the karma washing pool that Wang Wei brought for the sect, they will not have to worry about future emperors. Even if one of these two failed their heaven will battle, the sect could wait for a generation with less competition and bring them out. They don't have to seal themselves for millions of years. After the sect's recruitment, it was time for the preaching events. Li Jun went first. Most people gathered on the sect's largest mountain, sitting cross-legged on cushions. The rest stayed in other mountains and watched things through formations. And it was the same for the branches in the lower realm. Li Jun sat cross-legged, floating in the air and overlooking everyone. I am true person Li Jun, and today, I will enlighten you in the ways of battle. His voice was soft, but everyone could hear him, it was as if he was muttering next to their ears. Even the people who listened through formations felt the same way. Visions of lotus manifested near him, along with beautiful sounds representing the voice of the Tao, the voice of truth. Li Jun then talked about battle as if it was a Tao. He also injected some of his law understanding for the void-shattering realm and above individuals. The preaching lasted 3 months. And once he finished, everyone had one thought in their mind: this man made battle, a brutal and cruel thing, into an art. And they wanted more. Everyone benefited. Many of the new disciples were malnourished mortals who knew nothing about cultivation. The sect had to provide spirit qi and pills for them to listen for the entire 3 months. But even they benefited. Li Jun's explanation of how to use the mortal body to exert the most power in battle, how to analyze the opponent and how to maximize the use of the environment targeted them. Furthermore, even if they could not understand most of the things he said, it would benefit them in the future as long as they remember some things and apply them in their lives. Golden lights came from heaven, and he received his merit. Next was Yan Liling's turn. Her process was similar to Li Jun's. She preached about all 5 professions, focusing on establishing a foundation for most profession-oriented people listening. Even Wang Wei learned something from her. As for the non-professions, they also benefited since she also talked about flame, energy, and spiritual power control. After taking her merit, it was Wang Wei's turn. I am Wang Wei, a true person, and your sect master, said Wang Wei with a pleasing voice. And today, I will enlighten you on the essence of cultivation. He let his words simmer for a few seconds. In the endless void, there are countless cultivation systems, good or bad. But at their core, they involve 4 fundamental aspects: essence, qi, spirit, and law. Even if there are some outlier systems, one of these 4 will be involved in one way or the other. Now, let's begin with essence, or the body. Next is qi or energy, the source of life and evolution. Third is the spirit, or the soul, mind, or spirit. Finally, it's the law, the fundamental concepts that govern realities. The process lasted 3 years. And once everybody woke up, they did not know how to describe this experience and remained quiet for a few seconds. Family reunion. Wang Wei's sermon covered many things. These people now had an excellent understanding of the cultivation realms from body refining to primordial spirit. They understood which part of essence, qi, and spirit each realm was based on. With this knowledge, they can easily enter these realms and push them to their limits if they are talented enough. For the law aspect, Wang Wei talked about the 5 elements law and a bit about his fate law. However, he primarily focused on the subtle control of the law, and with his force control skill, every individual, including the true monarchs of the sect. Today's preaching will benefit every single listener until they become quasi-emperors. And maybe even further. Wang Wei received his merit before dismissing everyone. There was a lingering desire in the faces of most of the disciples. It was genuinely fascinating to listen to people preaching. It was like someone presented the universe's fundamental truth in such an easily understandable way. The feeling was simply intoxicating. "What a marvelous sermon," someone suddenly said. When Wang Wei saw where it originated, his eyes lit up. "Mom, Dad." Yu Yan rushed to hug her son, and Wang Tian followed. The family formed a hug sandwich with Wang Wei in the middle. "When did you guys get here?" After Li Ling's turn, Yu Yan explained. "We wanted to surprise you." "I'm glad you are back," said Wang Wei with a smile. "Let's go somewhere else." The 3 flew to Wang Wei's transcending fate mountain to chat. Everyone sat together, including Wu Hong. Wang Wei prepared the tea, and the family chatted. "Your sermon was brilliant," commented Wang Tian. "I've learned a lot." He was not lying since he had learned a lot after hearing it, especially his force control skill which he believed could reach a higher level after a while. Yu Yan nodded, but she did not say anything. She held her son in her hands, cuddling him like a child. Wang Wei did not resist. "I'm glad. So, how was your mortal dust? What did you do? Any new discoveries?" He could tell it was more than successful since the two were now at the peak of the supreme realm, only one step away from becoming quasi-emperors. "Mine was interesting," added Yu Yan. "I became a blind mortal, living all my life in darkness. However, after enlightening myself on darkness and regaining my memories, I felt it was not enough, so I continued. My second persona was someone who had connections with some of the vilest individuals in society, sex traffickers, rapists, killers, cannibals, etc. I wanted to experience the darkness of the world. This persona granted me a deep understanding of societal darkness or darkness of the mind. But of course, I was not satisfied. So, I placed a bunch of mortals and cultivators in a small world and literally turned into darkness. Observing them live and survive in a world without sun, with only darkness, was interesting, to say the least." "Interesting. I give you a full score for ingenuity," commented Wang Wei. "Thanks. I think you've been rubbing off me," smiled Yu Yan, pleased with her son's compliment. "Old man, what about you?" "Mine was not that interesting," replied Wang Tian. "I had many personas in the mortal world, all swordsmen with different personalities, the indifferent swordsman who killed his loved ones for his sword Dao, the free and unrestrained swordsman, the charismatic one with friends all over the martial art world, and even the drunkard swordsman. Every time I learned something fundamental about swords from these personas, I would awaken my memories and choose the next one." Wang Tian took a sip of tea. "Then, I turned myself into a sword and experienced what it was like. In a few hundred years, many swordsmen created legends with my sword. As a result, I learned the fundamental truth that the sword was a weapon of murder, nothing else, nothing more." "You don't seem too happy about this discovery," remarked Wang Wei as he sensed his father's odd mood. "It's not that since I've always known this." With his achievement in the sword, of course, he knew the fundamental purpose of the sword's existence. "I've loved the sword since I was 8, and my father gave me a wooden sword for practice. I named it, Little Heaven, after my name, and I still preserve it. I was hoping to pass it on to you for your training. Well, you know how that turned out." Wang Wei gave his father a wry smile. It's not his fault that he was not a fan of most weapons. Wang Tian did not blame his son since he was in a state of remembrance. My love and passion for the sword have allowed me to travel far in its ways. But it also made me romanticize the sword, thinking it was more than a simple weapon. I thought it was beautiful, mighty, the best weapon, and the weapon of kings. Unfortunately, through cultivation, I found its essence as a tool created for death and slaughter. And a small part of me refused to accept this fact, until mortal dust. In the time he spent as a sword, he ended up in different people's hands. A blacksmith who admired the technique behind its creation. A king who used it as a symbol of power and authority. However, he always ended up being used as a tool for killing. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.com. After removing that final reluctance, Wang Tian sublimated his state of mind, and his swordsmanship reached a higher realm. As long as you've figured things out, added Wang Wei. How strong are you now? Condense your most powerful attack into a sword qi, and let me see. Wang Tian did not hesitate because he knew how strong his son was before leaving. He raised his hand to condense a small sword the size of a toothpick. As expected, commented Wang Wei as he felt the power emanating from the sword qi. Middle level of 3-leaf. After you become a quasi-emperor, you will reach the peak with a slight chance of breaking into 4-leaf. He knew his father, and since Ji Lanfang had such potential, it made sense for his father to be on par with the latter. Chuips, Yu Yan smacked her lips in response. She left her son's embrace and chose to embrace her quiet daughter-in-law instead. What's wrong? After showing her my strength, she argued with me that she would still win if we had a heaven-will battle in our generation, explained Wang Tian. Son, don't you think so? I do. Oh, come on. How come you're on her side? Countered Wang Tian. Firstly, it's not as challenging as you think to scheme against an immortal venerable. I'm sure Mom could do it given the right circumstances, said Wang Wei. Secondly, the only reason you've broken the boundary between mortal and immortal has much to do with circumstances. Now you are just blatantly disrespecting me. There are 3 main reasons for your current success. The fact that you had to stay so long in the Saint Realm, forced to polish your foundation beyond anything you could have achieved if there was a battle in your generation. The others are the Dui realm and my force control skill. Wang Tian pondered for a moment and realized it was the truth. These things contributed most to his current strength. Of course, there were other factors. For example, he pushed himself beyond his limits when he saw how fast his son grew. Competition and drive can motivate anyone to improve beyond their limits. Be that as it may, I still think I would have won. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders and did not take a side. He believed his mother would win simply because his father had a soft spot for her. If she exploited that weakness, he would not be able to resist. Of course, given how much she loved him, she might not be willing to take it that far. I have 2 things for you, said Wang Wei to change the topic. The first is a talisman from our ancestor, the Sword Empress. Wang Tian immediately became excited. He had never met a swordsman compared to him, so he idolized the ones from the past, and his ancestor was his favorite. Whenever he needed guidance in his swordsmanship, he would comprehend her heaven-slashing scripture or the sword will she left in the sect. He took the talisman with a childlike smile. He could not imagine the benefit he would receive from direct guidance from her. The second is the contact of a swordsman on par with you. Wang Wei then told him about his fight with Ji Lanfang. And Wang Tian became more excited. I cannot wait to exchange experiences with another fellow Daoist. He felt his luck was on the rise after the mortal dust. Alright, let's not talk about these boring things, commented Yu Yan as she caressed Wu Hong's hair. Daughter, when are you giving me my first grandson? Ask your son, she replied sheepishly. He's the one who doesn't want children. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. They've talked about this and agreed on the matter. But now, she has placed the blame on him. Flesh tribulation. Wang Wei spent the next few months with his parents, postponing his seclusion. Then, he created a clone to socialize with him while his main body entered seclusion. Meanwhile, Wu Hong did the opposite as her main body entered seclusion while a clone spent time with Wang Wei's clone. The couple wanted to spend as much time together as possible. The first thing he did was Wang Just ceremony. The process required formations, a ritual, and other resources. After everything finished, his shadow connected to her shadow, transferring some of his power to her. A cocoon enveloped Wang Ju as she underwent a massive transformation. She will be a terrifying spy and assassin after inheriting 70% of Wang Wei's power and abilities, especially if she uses them correctly with her shadow law. Afterward, Wang Wei proceeded to condense his first black hole. With enough primordial star essence, he condensed a black hole countless times bigger than the observable universe back on Earth. He first checked whether there were any problems with his secondary artificial acupoints. Then, he checked whether there were any contradictions between the black holes in the 1962 main acupoints. After detecting no issue, he continued to condense black holes for a total of 10,000 second acupoints or a grand total of 19,962. After sensing that his body had reached saturation, Wang Wei stopped and clenched his fist to feel the power contained. 50 primordial dragon force. He could now destroy 50% of a great thousand world with one attack. And that was not the only increase, but also overall defense, speed, regeneration, and survivability. It's coming, he thought after analyzing his body. An unknown power descended on him, and he knew it was from the true power Dao realm. His tribulation had arrived. Wang Wei lay on the ground to prepare. He suddenly felt something munched on his skin, making him groan. With his pain resistance, he would not blink an eye if he swallowed an entire sun, feeling every sensation as the heat burned his throat, liquefied his intestine, or charred his bones. However, the pain intensity was nothing he's ever experienced. Ancient Desolate explained to him this was one of the aspects of the flesh tribulation. The test knew the highest threshold of anyone participating and inflicted a higher level. The severity of the pain is one of the many reasons people cannot open the gate of pain or continue on this path. I can't believe having a high pain tolerance would work against me, thought Wang Wei. However, this was not even the end. He received information or a request to take all the tests together and choose how many of them to take at once. Wang Wei decided on all of them. He wanted to finish the test for the third level in one swoop. Ancient Desolate gave him some tips. The tribulation is divided similarly to the Ancient Desolate body refining scripture: skin, bones, blood, muscles and meridians, organs, and cells. There will also be special tests for individuals with unique body refining techniques that do not involve these categories. Typically, Wang Wei needed to take these tests one by one in the primordial dragon realm. However, the Ancient Desolate Emperor told him there would be some advantages if he took the tests together. He will receive a boost of strength afterward compared to if he took them individually. Meanwhile, the single test is to decide a body refiner's worthiness to continue walking on the true power Dao realm. After the request, the tribulation continued. Wang Wei experienced horrendous pain as he watched his skin rapidly disappear from his body, as if a creature enjoyed a pleasant meal with his body. Suddenly, an intense fear overwhelms his mind. Here we go, thought Wang Wei, trying to control his emotions. Watching his skin vanish, the fear of dying overcame his mind. Wang Wei knew this part of the test. His powerful soul, immune to most spiritual attacks, was useless on this occasion. The unknown power of the true power Dao realm did not care about his innate paragon soul. And his intuition told him that even if he removed his chains and accessed his spiritual strength, it would be pointless. Wang Wei had to rely on his willpower to bear the pain. His Dao heart and state of mind to fight this overwhelming fear. However, things became worse for him before getting better. After he turned into a macabre creature without skin, his muscles rapidly evaporated, exponentially increasing the pain and fear. Wang Wei was grunting and groaning, trying to keep the pain away. Meanwhile, he felt his mind was on the verge of cracking. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He repeated these words over and over like an endless loop. However, things got worse for him since his organs were next. If Ancient Desolate were here, he would give Wang Wei a thumbs up for his crazy action. When he told the latter to take the tests together, he meant 2 or 3 simultaneously, not everything at once. By the time Wang Wei was a creature with only bone, he was screaming despite having no vocal cords. His scream came deep from his soul. He watched the dissipation of his bones, and the fear intensified. With every cell that disappeared, he felt himself driving close to madness. And the pain did not help the situation. He could hear a whisper telling him to give up and abandon this path. And he desperately wanted to listen to it. How easy it would be to give up. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. Why did he have to endure so much? If he wanted a strong body, he could just comprehend power law. There was no need to inflict this level of cruelty onto himself. It was not worth it. I can't give up. In this strange state where he has no corporeal form but still exists, Wang Wei discovered he could use the full power of his willpower. So, he tapped into that power. This action aided the situation, but it did not solve the problem. He hung on to this feeling of unwillingness and defiance. Memories of him floating in the endless void flashed in his mind. Back then, he also had to overcome his fear of death while fighting eons of loneliness. He did not give up then, so he would not give up now. He gritted his non-existent teeth and persevered. When only the last cell of his existence remained, his fear and pain reached an indescribable level. And when that cell also evaporated, he failed a crack in his spirit, pushing him to the verge of a mental breakdown. However, he drew on his experience of having his existence destroyed. He reined in all the fear and resisted the pain. He had to withstand such intensity for only 10 seconds, but each felt like a lifetime. 10 seconds later, the suffering ended, and his body was regenerated cell by cell. And since his fleshly body was linked to his primordial spirit, it also regrew. That was interesting, he muttered as he looked at his new body. This test took into account all his willpower and pushed it beyond his limit to test him. And he felt a real challenge for the first time in a while. Not to mention, this experience was a great way to temper the mind. 70 primordial dragon force, an increase of 20. Is this my reward? He muttered, satisfied given how difficult it is to advance in this realm. Not just this. He raised his hand, and the void trembled. He did not use any qi, law, or other aspects of his power. He materialized his willpower to achieve this feat. Wang Wei realized this experience had allowed him better control and access to his willpower. For the first time, he can use the strength of his willpower without damaging his body. Although it was only a portion, he always believed he needed to become a great emperor before taking that step. This is a good step, he muttered about his progress. Then, he exhaled deeply, thinking about the true power Dao realm. He always knew it was not a simple cultivation path. But today's tribulation confirmed his guess. He has many theories about the true power Dao realm. The best one is that it is the first power system ever. After the birth of the chaos universe, after the appearance of the first creatures, Wang Wei believed there were no innate lifeforms, at least not in a sense they were born powerful with innate laws. He believed these first creatures did not have a cultivation system but discovered the potential of the flesh in the form of the gate of power. The true power Dao was the first way creatures achieved immortality and eternity. There is more to his theory. He believes that the history of the eternal ascension world can be divided into eras. And in the first eras, there were no lower dimension and heaven wills. So, the creatures from that time relied on the true power Dao realm to cultivate. He once talked about this theory with Wu Hong, but she said she did not have memories of such history. But he was probably correct. Did you really take all the tests at once, and a novel? Wang Wei turned to the sudden voice and saw his wife. Not bothered by how she bypassed his formation, he replied, yes. Wu Hong did not know what to say. She remembered her flesh tribulation. She had a whim and decided to try 3 simultaneously, and she did not forget that horror for a long time. In her career, she has met a few inextinguishable paragons or individuals who open the gate of power. The number of people who could withstand 2 tests simultaneously could be counted on one hand. Most of them did so by accident since they knew little information about the horror of the test. Many unlucky individuals chose 2 or more tests for a while and failed, ending their dreams of walking on this path. 8. Heterogeneity. Wu Hong was impressed. She has always known her boy toy was talented and capable. And on a few occasions, she was proud and impressed by him. But today, for the first time, she was impressed beyond words. She looked at him, eyes sparkling while gently biting her lower lips. PNDN0VELC, Wang Wei immediately recognized the look in his wife's eyes. He smiled before they jumped on each other like primates in a zoo doing the dirty with no shame or regard for the children's visitors. Moreover, he grew wilder when she even let him be on top. He went wild, losing himself in the embrace of passion and depravity. Wang Wei lay on the floor with Wu Hong on his arm. He was breathing heavily as if he had done the most intensive exercise. The bedroom is one of the few times he can experience mortal things like fatigue and lack of stamina. After taking a few minutes to regulate his breathing, he asked her, I was wondering why my incarnations did not undergo the tribulations. There are already many restrictions on the unorthodox path, and it would be unfair if all the incarnations had to undergo the tribulation. That makes sense, Wang Wei analyzed. I guess the orthodox path only has to take once. They don't have to redoing it with each reincarnation. The two chatted for a moment before continuing to do their own things. Wang Wei had to test the limits of his body while getting acquainted with his new strength. He punched the formation before him. Boom! As expected, 7-leaf. His fleshly body only had this power, not considering his other source of power. And he could sense that he would have no problem increasing his power as long as he moved up in the true power Dao realm. Is this a way to remove the limit of 7-leaf? Or is this the result of my paragon soul and the incarnations? Wang Wei always suspected his soul was one of the reasons he barely had any bottlenecks in cultivation. He also suspected he would not have the immortal venerable limit that most cultivators have. However, he did not know the exact reason. Regardless, he knew that if people wanted to remove the limit, they could cultivate until the 3rd level of the true power Dao realm. He checked his body and smiled. In the early stages of his cultivation, his fleshly body has always been more powerful than his cultivation. However, the other aspects caught up after the void-shattering realm and the 9-extremity foundation. Now, his fleshly body was the most powerful aspect, at least for his main body. After admiring his perfect figure, he continued his seclusion, focusing on comprehending laws. Wang Wei had entered the mature Dao tree stage of the Saint realm, and his domain was hundreds of times beyond the limit. Without the help of Gu Xian's pagoda, the process was extremely long, 20,000 years, to be exact. And with the 360 future Buddha self, he spent 7.2 million years. He pushed the boundary of the Saint realm with how deep of time he spent comprehending the law, especially with his talent. And yet, I still have a silver tree. He now understood achieving golden tree is now just about time spent comprehending laws. But also the mysterious baptism samsara Dao cultivators experience when they walk the path of 9-extremity. I still have to rely on the Fate Palace. He closed his eyes to sense the other incarnations. They had all finished their mission and tempered their bodies to the peak, including the Order incarnation. Wang Wei borrowed their power. 3-root peak. He did not achieve 4-root because the main body was still in the saint realm. He left seclusion to see his wife. Finish? Yes, he replied as he embraced her. Prepare to go through mortal dust before breaking through? Yeah. What was your mortal dust like? Mine? Let me remember, pausing for a moment. My early years were about proving my worth to the world. And by the saint realm, my state of mind had changed, but there was still a lingering flaw. For mortal dust, I became the only daughter of the most wealthy individual of a mortal kingdom, loved and cherished by everyone, a little princess. Then, I was a princess adored by the kingdom, followed by a sovereign, the noblest individual in the kingdom. Afterward, I had some persona focused on my Tao. I was the best scholar in another kingdom. I remember these days arguing with these stinky scholars who could not accept a woman besting them. I was an artist focused on painting and sculpting. However, all my works were runes or patterns found in nature. Finally, my personas were people confined or sealed in different places. One spent her entire life in a house, never leaving its confine. The other was in prison. One of my personas spent a few days surviving inside a coffin. I learned a great deal about sealing in these experiences. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. How fascinating. Indeed, Wu Hong replied, reminiscing about the old days. Are you staying for a while or leaving now? I'm leaving. However, I have to go see Li Jun first. His parents were also in retreat. His father was receiving the Sword Empress guidance while his mother had to plan for the merit-proving method. He flew to Li Jun's mountains, and the other was waiting for him with drinks. Where is Liling? She's refining pills. Wang Wei took the jar from him and took a sip. Since we now have karma washing water, why don't you unseal your wife and child? I want to see and spoil my nephew. Li Jun shook his head. Not until we become emperor, and I know for certain I can protect them. That's a good idea. He knew another reason was because of Yan Liling. It can cause trouble having the concubine with a wife present. And Li Jun is smart enough to understand how to navigate this kind of situation. After spending this generation with Liling and once they reached such a high realm in cultivation, many things will have different perspectives. This is for you, said Wang Wei as he handed him a book. What is it? I call it the 8 Heterogeneous Foundation, he explained. You will create 8 incarnations or clones since they are not connected to your existence. Anyway, you divide your soul into 8 perfect clones. Based on my previous sermon, 2 clones will cultivate a cultivation system based on essence, spirit, qi, and law. Then, you will fuse with them, boosting your foundation and achieving immortal strength. Li Jun scanned the book. There were 4 cultivation systems contained inside: pure essence cultivation that focused on the body, pure qi cultivation, pure spirit, and law-based cultivation. The idea is that these clones would cultivate until the quasi-emperor realm. Then, Li Jun will fuse with them and use them to nourish his fleshly body, qi, soul, and law. As you can guess, this method has some flaws, continued Wang Wei. The fusion process will not be easy since the clones cultivate different cultivation systems, especially the qi clones. I've made it, so they cultivate an energy compatible with the origin essence, but it could still cause trouble. He wanted a qi system that uses spirit qi. But he discovered spirit qi itself is a catalyst and cannot be directly used as an energy for a system. Or maybe, this is beyond Wang Wei's current ability. Lastly, I've discovered there will be a significant amount of impurities in the bodies due to fusing 2 different systems or Tao foundations. I've created an impurity removing step, and you can use other resources. No, it's not a problem considering I don't have to comprehend existence for this method. True. As the first person who cultivates this method, you should not have a problem. However, heavenly Tao might place some restrictions on it afterward. A cultivation method that allows individuals to break the barrier between mortal and immortal will definitely have some restrictions. However, Heavenly Dao operates similarly to a game master in a game. It can fix loopholes or bugs in a game, but the player who discovered it can keep the benefits. Better yet, let my mother and Yen Liling cultivate it simultaneously under the heaven hiding array. Let's take advantage of the situation to get the most benefit. He also wanted to include Tai Gang, but with the latter's talent, he doubted he could cultivate this technique. What about the resources? Li Jun asked. Cultivating these clones into the quasi-emperor realm was not cheap. With your contributions, there should be no problem. However, he also had to talk to his mom. He contacted her through divine sense to ask. She told him that her Yu clan could raise 8 other true monarchs, and he did not have to worry. Wang Wei told her to ask if she needed, and she reassured him that she would not be polite with her own son. I just remember, suddenly said Li Jun, did you contact Wang Ju? No, what's wrong? She's injured. Eating time. Is it Di Tian? Was Wang Wei's first thought. He knew the latter had the sex lord's shadow technique and should have cultivated a powerful shadow on par with Wang Ju. However, he quickly denied this possibility since Wu Hong sealed him too early. The techniques have specific requirements, and he could not have met them when he was sealed. Despite eliminating this possibility, Wang Wei realized it was about time for Di Tian to be released. He has to participate in the cleanup to acquire a token and fight in the final battle. From now on, he can no longer be at ease when doing things since he has someone who can match in power and use experiences to compensate for the tactics department. I'll go see her. Do you want me to go with you? It's fine. Focus on cultivating. Wang Wei teleported to the small world where Wang Ju was recuperating. When he saw her, he squinted. A part of her body was disappearing while the other half tried to prevent this from happening. She was too focused on saving her life that she could not respond to his presence. Luckily, he had access to the formations and did not have to use force. Someone or something has erased her time, analyzed Wang Wei. He could tell someone hit her with an attack that erased part of her past. And if Wang Ju did not have access to some of his time laws, she would have ceased to exist by now. No, not erase but 8. Wang Wei came closer to analyze the situation. If Wang Ju's time could be represented by a line similar to the fate line, the attack took a bit out of her timeline. The attack's purpose could only erase certain events in her life, or it could wipe her out of existence. Wang Wei raised his hand to manifest his time law, trying to fix the gap in Wang Ju's timeline and save her. He failed. He tried again after borrowing the power of his incarnations. No response. Wang Wei instantly deployed his domain to surround her and boost his strength. This attempt was also of no use. He then accessed the River of Time, which should contain records of Wang Ju's timeline. He used the records to recreate her timeline and fix the gap. What level of time Dao is this? His attempt at even using the River of Time failed. This is not something even he can do. Fate surpasses time, so let's try that. He connected to the River of Fate and found Wang Ju's fate line. Using the record of her life in the fate line, he fixed the part that was eating. There was great resistance, but he succeeded in the end. Wang Ju stopped disappearing from reality and opened her eyes. Sect Master. Thank you for saving me. This experience was horrifying. Having hundreds of years of her life vanished from her memories, having to question her sanity on whether these events occurred before slowly watching her dissipate from the world. What happened? Who did this? The upper dimension people, she replied, making Wang Wei frown. Although you can only use 70% of my main Bodhis power, only Immortal Venerable and above could injure you. And there is that strange time technique. It was a trap, explained Wang Ju. I was investigating some suspicious people when I discovered the possible existence of another alliance against you. My investigation led me to a strange heaven chosen who seems to use insects. However, it was a trap. When I further investigated, they were prepared. They knew about the Lord's shadow technique and had a light-based formation that could affect my shadow status and weaken my access to your strength. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind after hearing this. But he let continue without saying a word. Luckily, I've acquired some of your intuition and felt danger. Before they completely deploy the array, I used the talisman you gave me to create a hole and flee. Unfortunately, someone hit me with a strange time technique. Was it a person who attacked you or an item? I'm sorry, but I can't remember. Everything proceeded too quickly, and I did not have time to detect the surroundings. It's fine, Wang Wei replied. What's your analysis on this event? These people knew the Lord's shadow technique quite well, most likely from the upper dimension Dao opening sect. They came prepared with the knowledge, ready to deal with you through eliminating me. You are probably correct. Wang Wei thought deeper about the situation. Time Eater is involved. Wang Zhu's attack suits perfectly for the latter's name. Furthermore, he is one of the paragons who did not participate in the ultimate taboo and knew and interacted with his ancestors. There is a high chance that he knew the Shadow Ruler, interacted with him, and even competed with the latter. You need to be more careful from now on. I will. Wang Zhu also realized she was too intoxicated with her newfound power and was slightly careless. I have to go through mortal dust. When I'm done, I will refine a talisman for you to access all my powers. Wang Wei was slightly annoyed as he kept discovering the flaws of the unorthodox way of the Nine Extremity Dao Foundation. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. Thank you, Sect Master. But do you need the Fate Shadow Guards to protect you secretly? Mortal dust is a moment of weakness for many cultivators since they usually seal their memories and strength. Although they can instantly regain it when attacked, it is still a moment of vulnerability that can be exploited. No, Shadow One is in charge of protecting me. I see. Wang Zhu was slightly disappointed but felt relieved since her young master's safety was what truly mattered. I wonder if I can become Shadow 1 instead of Shadow 3? She quickly removed this intrusive thought from her mind since she knew such a request would cause a seniority issue that could lead to real problems. Do you remember what the runes of the formation looked like? Asked Wang Wei, not knowing her inner turmoil about being called Shadow 3 in the future despite being the most powerful shadow. I do remember some of them. She did not see the entire thing, but she saw a good portion of it after he saw the light emanating from the runes. Write them down and have the sect analyze them. Since you said it was light-based, they can consult my mother. As you wish. Do you know where Yuzhou is? Wang Wei decided to eliminate him even if there was no evidence to prove he was innocent. Anyway, since he is a heaven chosen, he is his enemy, and if he were a spy from the upper dimension, he would have eliminated an unstable factor of the world. And he could still kill a few heaven chosens without affecting his Son of Era title. Wang Zhu did not immediately explain but checked the Fate Shadow's headquarters for information. He disappeared after the trap. We currently do not have his location. He's not in the Soul Race's small world? No. That was more suspicious. Forget it. He has to show up for the cleanup. Wang Wei ordered her to keep up her work before going to say his goodbyes. Then, he headed to a mortal world for his mortal dust. Primordial chaos. Outside the Eternal Ascension world, 7 people fought an enormous creature with dark red skin and 2 horizontal black horns that almost met before his forehead. Its body was muscular, displaying its developed muscle. It has leather pants and boots on, and these items shone with magical light, indicating their value. Primordial laws flowed out of his body as he fought all 7s. The battle lasted a few days, with at least 6 of the others slightly injured. But the creature was perfectly intact, even his skin was not broken. The creature looked at one of the seven and then at the eternal ascension before leaving. He treated primordial chaos as its home as it navigated its endlessness like a pool in his backyard. "That's the seventh attack in the past 100 years, commented Undead Phoenix. "More should be coming." They could tell these attacks were nothing but testing the situation. "We need to do something," added Earth Emperor. The two sons seemed occupied and told them to deal with the situation. "Do what?" "This should just be the beginning," added Blood Dragon. "Damn Chiyuan," snarked Five Feather Phoenix. "The current situation is because of the All-Seeing Temple's predictions. Many people in the Chaos universe believe the Eternal Ascension world will be responsible for the upcoming chaos and want to either deal with them or enter to prepare. There is no point in complaining. We need solutions," reiterated Earth Emperor. "What about the previous recruitment plan? As long as some potential paragons side with us, we can increase our power." "Most of them do not want to associate with us," replied Blood Dragon. He tried to entice Chen Tong and a few other people in limbo. But they all looked at him in disdain. "I still do not agree with this method," countered Five Feather Phoenix. "We do not need to share our power and resources." "I don't believe him going to say this, but I agree with her," added Undead Phoenix. "Then, what do we do once the situation is beyond our control?" asked Twin Flower. "Don't we have the sons? They can protect the Eternal Ascension world with their power." Mortal Dust, L. "Are you sure you want to do this line of work?" asked Big Mouth, a fat and muscular man. That's the best way to describe his appearance. His arms were muscular and well-defined, his legs thicker than a tree, but his belly might mistake him for a pregnant woman. Of course, there was his oddly shaped big mouth. "Yes, sir," replied a slightly thin young man dressed in coarse clothes. However, despite his social status, indicated by his clothes and seeking employment, he had an odd charm around him that caught people's attention. However, they could never pinpoint or describe what his appeal was. "It takes guts to do this job. Can you handle it?" "No problem, sir." Grunted Big Mouth. "You're a little too skinny. Don't look at my appearance. But I have divine strength." The young man looked around and easily picked up a large saber weighing a few hundred genes with one hand. Big Mouth's eyes lit up. He initially accepted this lad Yen Wei because one of his acquaintances called for a favor and because not many people were willing to do this dirty job. However, he became convinced after meeting the latter and seeing his respectful nature and strength. "Good. Come tomorrow at dawn. I'll begin your training." Yen Wei immediately bowed and profusely thanked him for this opportunity. He rushed home with excitement. The next day, he arrived an hour before dawn, when night still loomed over the world. Big Mouth also arrived an hour early, and he was surprised when he saw the young lad waiting for him before the prison. "The cocks haven't even crowed yet. Why are you here?" "I didn't want to be late. I like spunky people like you. I hope you can last long." So far, he was satisfied with the new employee. Discipline is one of the key traits to succeed in anything. Big Mouth took the keys hanging on his side and opened the door, leading Yen Wei through the corridor. The young lad looked at the cells and people imprisoned. The majority looked miserable and dressed poorly. But a few looked like nobles, so he guessed they were either corrupt ministers or people who offended even more powerful individuals. Big Mouth did not say much as he walked to 3 different cells and walked out with a prisoner. Then, he led them to another section of the prison. "Normally, I don't have this kind of authority. But since I need to train you, I can do this." Big Mouth led the prisoners to a platform and placed the first one in a device where his neck is shown and his hands tied behind his back. He took a blade and raised it above his head. "The key is to have no hesitation, aim for the neck, and use all your strength, or the head won't fall." Chop. Yan Wei watched with horror as blood spilled on the ground. Although he already knew what job he was applying for, it was completely different to experience it personally. Suddenly, he felt his breakfast rushing to his throat, and he swallowed it back. "So, you didn't throw up?" "Better than the previous guy," commented Big Moth after seeing the young lad's pale complexion. "Let's see how you do when it's your turn." He changed to another prisoner and handed Yan Wei the blade. He took the blade with trembling hands. "Breathe in and out," instructed Big Mouth. "The first time is usually the hardest." Yan Wei followed his direction and breathed in and out. He effortlessly raised the blade above his head. But as he glanced at the prisoner's neck, he could not find the strength to drop it. Big Mouth did not give him any motivational words like this person was the most heinous criminal. He waited to see the young lad's capabilities. Yan Wei hesitated for more than a minute. Then, he gritted his teeth and dropped the blade, cutting the head off cleanly. As he watched the result of his actions, he rushed to the side of the platform and hurled everything inside his stomach. He did not stop after an entire minute of vomiting. "Well, at least it was not messy," said Big Mouth as he patted the ladder's shoulder. "How can it get messy? The last guy did not use enough strength." The head was not cleanly cut off, showing the inside. Plus, the prisoner was screaming and had to chop more than 3 times before things ended. Yan Wei felt like throwing up again. "Don't be such a wuss. Anyway, this is the easiest part of the job. How can it get worse? You'll see." For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. Yan Wei did not wait long to know what his superior said. A week later, after participating in a few public executions, he began to become acquainted with this job. He still felt squeezy at the fact he had killed people, but he had begun to become numb to the sensation. Then, everything worsens after that execution. Big Mouth had to travel to another city, and he was the only one left. And a big case occurred. Some ministers committed treason or something, and the governor ordered the execution of his entire family. Chop. 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 At first, everything proceeded smoothly. The only issue Yan Wei had was how he had to kill so many people consecutively, which was a first for him, especially without Big Mouth supports. However, the subsequent executions hunted him. "Please spare us. Our family is innocent," screamed a woman, one of the many concubines of the treacherous minister. Yan Wei had to wear a mask that only showed his eyes, and they trembled after hearing this. He gritted his teeth and prepared the woman. "I'm begging you, please don't do this. Our family did nothing wrong, we were wrongly accused." The woman screamed and argued with him during the process. Yan Wei raised his blade, but when he saw the pleading look in her eyes, his body once again quivered. He questioned himself, but as the supervisor of the execution asked him if there was a problem, he only shook his head before dropping the blade. It took every ounce of the strength of Yan Wei's body to prevent himself from violently reacting. However, his heart palpitations did not stop no matter what he did. Amidst people's screams calling for their innocence, he mindlessly chopped people's heads. However, he was in a daze after killing that woman. His body moved, but his mind was elsewhere. It was like he watched himself from a 3-dimensional point of view, observing the actions of a stranger. However, something brought his spirit back to reality. The last people to execute were children. The youngest was only 8 years old. When Yan Wei dropped that blade, something in him broke. He could not forget that child's eyes, full of fear, ignorance, and innocence. In her eyes, he saw a future that could have been. She could have become a great scholar, mother, healer, artisan, poet, and so many possibilities. But his blade ended these futures. In the prison, Yan Wei drank non-stop while sitting beside his execution blade. He did not know how long he drank until he heard footsteps. "How are you doing?" asked Big Mouth, but he received no response. The veteran executor knew how to deal with this situation, so he left before returning with some food. He sat next to the youngling and drank with him. People should not be able to kill each other, Yan Wei suddenly said. What do you mean? No one should have the power to end someone else's fate. Such power should not be in the hands of mortals. No, even immortals should not have such power. A world where people cannot be killed? That would be interesting. Unfortunately, this is not possible. And even if it was, I'm sure there would be some other trouble, commented Big Mouth. Like what? Do you think there wouldn't be any problem if everyone were immortal? Society would collapse in a very short time. A novel, I don't mean for everybody to be immortal. I mean that people should not be able to kill others. But dying of natural death, aging, or sickness is fine. What about criminals? They can be imprisoned and rot in jail for eternity. I still feel it is a naive idea. If such a world like this existed, these innocent people would not have died. You don't know if they were really innocent or just lying to save themselves, argued Big Mouth. In what world will an 8-year-old child not be innocent? It's a shame what happened, but the son has to bear the crime of the father. What a stupid thing to say, replied Yan Wei before spitting on the ground, disdain all over his face. Big Mouth sighed and ignored his disrespect, knowing what the young lad was going through. He experienced the cruelty of this job. But after so many years, he was now used to it. He patted Yan Wei on the shoulder. Don't drink on an empty stomach. Go to bed, and tomorrow, decide whether you want to continue this line of work. Mortal Dust, LL. Big Mouth watched a young man with a cold and emotionless face casually chop the head of 2 noblewomen. The latter did not bat an eye, there was no change in his expression, and he did not even care to hide his face. This kid changed so much in just 2 years. Big Mouth was worried since this was the first time he had to deal with this situation. Most people would become numb to the constant killing and take things like drinking and visiting brothels to deal with the guilt. However, the new hire, Yan Wei, became cold and emotionless, worrying him that something terrible would happen to the young lad. PNDN0VELCOM, Yan Wei, come here. The lad calmly walked before his employer, staring directly into Big Mouth's eyes. I'm going to Red Tree City. Come with me. Big Mouth did not give him the time to reject it and stated it was an order. The next day, the Big Belly Man took the young lad to Red Tree City, a place known for its vibrant lifestyle and the red light district. He hoped Yan Wei could get out of whatever headspace the latter was on and meet some new people. Regrettably, Yan Wei remained quiet during the entire journey. The only time he reacted was after arriving. Numerous people surrounded 2 people, a fat youngster dressed in embroidery clothes and another malnourished youngster in coarse garments. The fat noble constantly kicked the other on the floor, swearing at the latter for dirtying his clothes. Everybody watched with empathy in their eyes, but no one dared do anything. They can only pray that the noble has enough and leave the youngster alone. Don't look, said Big Mouth as he dragged Yan Wei from the large crowd. Who is that? Asked Yan Wei. The Lai family's 3rd young master. The Lai family is the richest family in the surrounding prefecture. Don't mess with them. Yan Wei did not say anything. He followed Big Mouth around the city with the same blank look. They stayed at an inn for the night, and Big Mouth prepared to continue the tour tomorrow. He did not want to give up so easily. However, the following day, he walked inside Yan Wei's room, trying to control his trembling body. T3rd young master is dead. Who's 3rd young master? Asked Yan Wei. Lai family. His head was chopped off in a back alley. Oh. Big Mouth clenched his hands as he stared directly at the youngster. Did you have something with his death? No. He could not tell whether this was the truth or not. In the end, he took a deep breath to calm down. The entire city is on lockdown by the Lai clan. You better hope you had nothing to do with this murder. For the next week, no one could enter and leave Red Tree City. The Lai clan searched every nook and cranny to find the killer. At first, nothing proceeded smoothly until the last day when they found a man with the blade that killed their third young master. The person tried to deny it, but the evidence was in his possession. However, the clan still wanted to interrogate him to find the motive behind his actions. Unfortunately, the man died due to poisoning. The conclusion was that someone hired him for the job and eliminated him to prevent him from talking. The Lai clan had many enemies, and they concluded this was an attack on them. During the entire week, Big Mouth was on edge, fearing someone would barge into their inn and arrest the two of them. But after the Lai clan lifted the lockdown, he left in relief. Nevertheless, part of him still believed the youngster Yan Wei had something to do with that murder. Soon after returning to their city, Yan Wei began to learn martial arts. And soon, the latter displayed his incredible talent. He could learn most techniques after seeing them once. Yan Wei even acquired a breathing technique that absorbed spiritual qi between heaven and earth to strengthen the body. Adding his natural divine strength, he was a born martial art genius. All these improvements should have been positive, but Big Mouth could not stop remembering what occurred in Red Tree City and feared something would happen. Part of him hoped Yan Wei would quit his job and use his newfound strength to make a living. Regrettably, 3 years passed, and Yan Wei was the same. His face was cold and emotionless, always doing his job without any expression, remorse, or guilt, no matter who the prisoner was. At first, Big Mouth thought he maybe was being too sensitive, and things would return to a certain level of normalcy. However, he soon began to notice the disappearance of people in Droplet City, where they lived. First, it was nothing but criminals the law did not catch. Then, it was corrupt government officials, nobles, martial artists, and wealthy merchants. Then, bang! Hundreds of armed soldiers barged into the prison, surrounding Yan Wei. What is the meaning of this? Yan Wei asked before he saw someone in the middle of the soldiers. Big Mouth. I can't allow you to continue your rampage, said Big Mouth with a slight pain in his voice. He always blamed him for allowing this youngster with a bright future to fall down this rabbit hole. Don't try to deny it, the government has gathered enough evidence that leads to you. Why are you doing this? I am an emissary of fate, delivering their final judgment to these scums, Yan Wei replied coldly. Scums? I can understand your actions for the criminals. But what about the innocent people you killed? That's only because of their poor luck. I put the name of every person in this city in a bowl and chose one at random. The selected person will receive a final judgment from fate, from me. Who are you to decide people's fate? Roared Big Mouth. Who is a nobleman to decide the fate of a poor countryman? Rebutted Yan Wei. He does it because he has the strength to. Big Mouth looked at this youngster with red eyes. He knew the person he knew was long gone. And nothing he did would change that fact. Get him. The soldiers rushed with their weapons to arrest or permanently eliminate Yan Wei. Unfortunately, his martial art was truly superb. He used the room or environment to his benefit and ran away with severe injuries. A few months later, the fate killer struck again by stealing names from the magistrate, selecting them randomly, and massacring everyone chosen. And from now, this became his modus operandi. Whenever he traveled, he would repeat the same things. Unfortunately, his actions offended countless martial arts sects and the government, leading to an alliance to eradicate him. Yan Wei fought a legendary battle for 3 days against the coalition of martial artists and the government. Unfortunately, his ultimate end was being stabbed by dozens, if not more, weapons. Wang Wei dug himself out from his grave. Being corrupt by the power of fate? I've never thought about that, he muttered. His goal has always been to control fate, but he never thought about the possible side effects of his actions. Well, he thought about them, but he always believed his cultivation and state of mind should be on par with the task by the time he could achieve such a feat. However, he realized this might not always be true. Maybe nothing is incorruptible, including Grand Tao, he muttered as his eyes lit up. This experience taught him that he should always be on the lookout and be vigilant to prevent corruption of his mind when he can control the power of fate of the entire chaos universe and beyond. He disappeared before reappearing in Droplet City. He stood before a grave. Wang Wei cleaned it up and placed some flowers. An 8-year-old child, how young and innocent. He thought while also pondering whether to revive her. With his mastery of life and death, it's as easy as eating for him to revive a mortal child. However, he shook his head. He knew fate was cruel. Every day, millions of innocent women and children die because fate has determined their lives and outcome. And one day, he has to get used to that cruelty before he can bend everything to his whim. Wang Wei stayed before the grave for a while before disappearing. He learned his lesson and will approach his goal of being free and unfettered by controlling fate with more prudence. He did not want to slowly lose his mind like Yan Wei, corrupted by the power he wielded. After leaving, he proceeded to his next persona, the king of an interesting kingdom. Wang Wei hoped he could also learn something valuable from this experience. He hoped to learn something from all his persona for this mortal dust. Mortal Dust, 3. Inside a medium wooden house, a woman had dinner ready as she waited for her husband. She sat in a chair, waiting for at least a few hours before a man entered the room. After seeing someone waiting for him, the man's face became stiff. "Honey, where have you been?" asked the wife. "I went to Shi Yao's house to help him on his farm. It's been more than hours since the sun has set." She looked at the food on the table. "And the food is already cold. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention to time. And when I realized how late it was already dark outside." The wife did not immediately reply. She stared at the food she had spent hours cooking before sighing out loud. "Who is she? What are you talking about? Don't treat me like I'm stupid. I know you're cheating, and I want to know the other woman's identity." "No, no, honey. In the name of the death-controlling king, I swear there is no other woman." "I don't believe you," replied the wife. "I want a divorce." "Nothing but this," said the husband as he knelt before his wife. "Please, forgive me. I won't do it again. I've forgiven you 3 times already. And each time, you promised me you would not do it again." "But then?" The husband did not know what to say. "It's because you know I'll forgive you that you keep doing it." "Well, I've had enough," continued the wife. "Tomorrow, I will apply to the magistrate to annul our marriage." After saying that, the wife stood from her chair to walk toward the bedroom. "No, no, no," muttered the husband. According to the kingdom's law, he would lose more than half of his property, farm, because of his infidelity after the divorce. Then, there is the stigma associated with a divorced man. He did not want to live his life like this, shunted by his community. The husband's eyes suddenly turned red, and he lost his mind. He took one of the knives on the table and rushed straight into his wife's back, stabbing her more than a dozen times. When the husband regained his mind, he found blood all over his clothes, and he was holding a knife. His wife of 7 years was bleeding heavily on the ground. The husband took a step back, questioning what he had done. However, before he could think properly, something magical occurred. The wounds on his wife magically healed, and her pale complexion returned to normal. The scene scared the husband, so he instinctively stabbed her again. However, a magical shield manifested out of nowhere and protected her. The husband watched the fear and dread in his wife's eyes, and a new realization dawned on him. Without wasting time, he rushed outside the house. Unfortunately for him, people from the kingdom's public security had already surrounded his home. And when they saw the blood on his clothes, they took their weapons. Then, the leader said to the husband, we have detected an attempted murder in this location. And according to the law, killing is an illegal act. The husband did not resist since he knew it was pointless. The patrolman from the Public Security Bureau arrested him before taking the wife's statement. Attempted murder is one of the highest crimes in the empire, so the husband will probably spend the rest of his life in a dark cell. Undying Kingdom, Royal Palace, the death-controlling king, Li Wei, sat on his throne, overlooking his ministers. "Is this necessary?" he asked. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied the Prime Minister. "These people have committed the greatest sins and must be executed. Furthermore, our prisons are getting too crowded, we must either eliminate some people or build more." Li Wei did not immediately respond. A few minutes later, he sighed before waving his hand to manifest a black talisman that would release a strange black and white light. "All the citizens of this kingdom are immortal, but only the king has the power to strip this immortality from them. I need you to supervise the entire thing," ordered the king. "As you wish." Li Wei dismissed everybody and stayed in the throne room. He sat for hours, alone with his thoughts. He was only disturbed when Queen Wang Hong entered the room with today's dinner. "Are you all right?" she asked as she checked his forehead for temperature. "You've been distracted, even dazed, the past few days. You remember how this kingdom started?" She did remember. Back then, they were struggling to feed themselves and survive. So, her husband took a job as an executioner since it was good pay, and few people wanted to do this dirty job. However, after being forced to kill a family that was most likely innocent, he began to question things, including his sanity. Then, one day, an immortal came to see him and offered him the power to create a kingdom where everybody was undying, a kingdom where only he could decide a person's fate, including life and death. Ever since that day, I've been thinking about why the immortal chose me for this mission. I wonder if there is a reason. We've had this conversation before. We cannot fathom the immortal's mind. So, for the sake of our family and this kingdom, don't think about these things, pleaded his wife. If only things were this easy, argued the husband. I can't sleep peacefully if I don't think about it. Queen Wang Hong sighed. All right, I'll indulge you. Did you find a reason? I thought the immortal wanted to test me. Well, not me but mortals in general. Test whether we would succumb when given absolute power. So, in the past 15 years since the establishment of this kingdom, I've done my best not to let power corrupt me. The queen knew it was not an easy task. Her husband is the only individual capable of granting death to people in this kingdom. And with such power, he has done an excellent job of not abusing his power and becoming a ruler dedicated to serving the people. When things do not go his way, when he loses control of his emotions, or when confronted with the vilest part of the human mind, it takes a lot of willpower not to abuse such power. Am sensing a but? Asked the queen. Yes. I feel that this is not the correct conclusion. What exactly do you expect to achieve? Asked the queen. You yourself are nothing but a mortal with no real power. So, how would you be able to identify the purpose of such an unfathomable being as the immortal? The king did not reply. I understand how you feel, continued the queen. I also want answers. But I care more about our survival. So, please think twice before you do anything stupid. The king followed her advice throughout his entire reign. Whenever he had to make any decisions, especially regarding his powers, he would think twice. Nevertheless, he never stopped trying to figure out the purpose of his existence, why he had such power. At 93 years old, the king lay in bed, death approaching him. The old queen stood by his side, also ready to journey into the afterlife with him. I've figured it out. Well, I figured something out. What is it? What if fate wanted something from me, just like the immortal wanted something from the king? What if my desire to become free and unfettered was an objective granted to me by fate because it wanted something from me? Wanted what? Someone to control it. Or someone to create it. After all, time is not linear. I believe you called such phenomenon temporal causality loop, added the queen. Yes. Fate created me so I can create it, muttered Wang Wei as his eyes became more brilliant. Although this might be a nonsensical idea, I need to watch out for this possibility. And how are you going to do that? Wang Wei did not answer her, but he muttered to himself, Grand Daoist River of Fate, my river of fate. As he regained his memories, power, and youth, he felt something had changed because of his enlightenment. He raised his hand to manifest 9 small magnificent buildings in the palm of his hand. There was 1 in the middle and 4 on the left and right that orbited the central one. Are those your fate palaces? Asked Wu Hong as she sensed the power of fate these things emanated. Yes, he replied. Something seems to have changed with them after my enlightenment, but I can't tell what it is. Wu Hong looked at them. The Fate Palace is a form of spiritual foundation connected to your cultivation realm. The reason you only have 9 is that you are still immortal. After proving the Tao, you can condense the 10th and know what the change is. Do you know something? No, but I have some guesses. Wang Wei did not continue asking, but his intuition told him the Fate Palaces became more than tools he used to achieve 5 root strength in his 9-extremity Tao foundation. He dispersed the Fate Palaces before looking at his wife. Couldn't you let me have a harem during my mortal dust? If you want to lose access to Little Wei, you can try. I won't argue with you. I'm better than that. Wang Wei then left for his other persona. He became an assassin tasked with dealing with corrupt officials. This person involved the concept of being the sword of fate. After spending his life as an assassin, the king ordered his execution once he was no longer helpful. He learned of his possible eventual fate if he was not careful in his path of controlling fate, especially if his theory was correct. The following persona was a person who controlled a kingdom from the shadow. Despite not being the sovereign of that dynasty, that person could control the fate of every individual in the kingdom, including the sovereign and other royal family members. Ultimately, he died after someone close to him betrayed him. Wang Wei learned how fickle fate could be. A person might think they are controlling or playing with fate, but fate is also playing with them. Finally, Wang Wei decided to use the science and technology world for the remaining of his mortal dust. Mortal Dust, 4. A high school boy laid his head on the desk, deep in sleep. It was a period of self-study, and the teacher had not arrived, so the students could not contain their restlessness. They enjoyed every second of their freedom. And despite the noise and chaos, the student sleeping next to the window did not wake up. Fatty Jun, his best friend, knew the teacher was fast approaching and he would get in trouble if caught sleeping. So, he walked to his best friend, Wang Wei, to try to wake him up. Before he succeeded, the latter suddenly stood up from his desk with a look of shock followed by confusion. Fate Nexus, my death, muttered Wang Wei before becoming even more confused. He did not know what these words meant. He just had a vivid dream that told him he would die at a very young age. Typically, he would ignore such a thing as nothing but a dream. But for some reason, he believed in that dream. Are you all right? Asked Fatty Jun. I'm fine. Just drowsy from the nap. Well, Teacher Long is on his way, so be presentable, especially since he doesn't like you very much. Wang Wei nodded before removing a bottle of water from his backpack and washing his face. He did not want the teacher to use his appearance to cause trouble for him. During the entire self-study class, Wang Wei pretended to be studying, but he was distracted, thinking about that dream. Luckily for him, this class was today's last, and he rushed home as soon as school ended. He called his chauffeur to take him home. And as soon as he arrived, his mother asked him why he did not stay for after-school activities or attend his private lessons. Mom, I think I'm dying. Yu Yan stopped cooking and looked up and down at his son. If he did not know his son was usually a good student, she would have used the spatula to teach him a lesson for saying something so ominous. "Boy, what are you talking about?" After hearing her son's explanation, she really wanted to beat him up. "It's just a dream," she reassured him. "But it's not." Yu Yan wanted to rebut him, but she stopped herself when she saw the determination in his eyes. For some reason, she believed him, or at the very least, decided to indulge him. "What do you want me to do?" Wang Wei was shocked since he did not think that far. After pausing for a moment, "Let's go to the hospital. Maybe there is something wrong with my body." "Fine," replied Yu Yan as she contacted their primary physician. Their family can be considered wealthy elites, so it was not a big deal to use the most extensive and expansive medical tests to reassure his son. An hour later, Yu Yan had already texted her husband about the situation while taking Wang Wei to the nearest hospital. Wang Wei asked the doctors to run all possible tests, and they acquiesced. And when he saw Dr. Yen walk into the room with a serious look, he knew his hunch was correct. "Dr. Yen, is something wrong with my son?" asked Yu Yan as she also felt something was odd. The doctor arranged her hair before answering. This was a habit she had when stressed or needed to deal with an anxiety-ridden situation. "Madam Yu Yan, I don't know how to tell you this," said Dr. Yen in a plain but reassuring voice. "We have detected a genetic anomaly in your son." "What does that mean?" asked Yu Yan, trying hard to control herself. "This anomaly has only recently been detected, and be direct, doctor," said Wang Wei, making her sigh. "You won't live past 35 years of age." Yu Yan immediately wanted to break down. However, she knew it was not the time. "Is there anything you can do? This anomaly has only been recently detected. And with our technology, there is nothing that can be done." "What about genetic warriors?" she hurriedly asked. "His father is one of the few third-level genetic warriors in the world. Maybe he can do something." Dr. Yen was slightly surprised. Although she had these people as patients for quite some time, she did not expect them to be a family of genetic warriors, especially a third-level one. More than 20 years ago, an alien ship crashed on this planet. And from the remains, the people of Blue Ocean Planet were introduced to the genetic warrior, a method for humans to actively evolve and control the process. Unfortunately, most of the ship's records could not be recuperated, and scientists only retrieved the first 3 levels. And in these short 20 years, any individual who can become a third-level genetic warrior is exceptionally talented. "I don't know much about the detail of genetic warriors," continued Dr. Yen. "So, I can't say for sure. But I know that he can't reach the first level with his genetic mutation." Yu Yan could no longer control her tears. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was quiet, left to his thoughts. Yu Yan thought her son had difficulty processing this news, which further broke her heart. She took her cell phones and contacted her husband. Less than 5 minutes later, everyone in the hospital heard a booming sound from outside before the entire building trembled for a brief moment. Then, Wang Tian came rushing inside the room. "Let me see the result," he asked directly while hugging his family. As a genetic warrior, he had an in-depth understanding of the gene. And after analyzing it, the light in his eyes faded a little. Luckily, he was prepared and hid it from his wife and son. Back home, the family had a quiet dinner. No one knew what to say. That same night, Yu Yan convinced his son to sleep in the same bed as her. Meanwhile, Wang Tian went to use his contacts. He traveled all over the planet and met with the planet's best doctors, scientists, and genetic warriors. He only returned home 3 days later. "How did it go?" asked Yu Yan over the dinner table. The quiet Wang Wei looked at his father, hoped deep in his eyes. Unfortunately, Wang Tian shook his head, sending the family into despair. "Don't give up yet," he hurriedly said. "I will go to prehistoric continent to see if I can find something." Everyone became quiet. The alien spaceship did not only bring forth evolution for humans. In the continent it first landed, it released some unknown substance that forcefully accelerated the evolution of all lifeforms. Animals, plants, and even some inorganic lifeforms appeared. As a result, the entire continent became inhabitable, forcing large-scale migration. The prehistoric continent contained many creatures, many on par with genetic warriors. There are even rumors there are fourth-level creatures deep in the continent. Unfortunately, satellites cannot properly capture images or information on that continent. The Blue Ocean Federation tried to drop numerous nuclear bombs on the continent to deal with these powerful creatures. Unfortunately, a powerful attack prevented these bombs from landing. Furthermore, the power of technology has drastically been reduced on the prehistoric continent. This is too dangerous, argued Yu Yan. It's worth it to save our son's life. Yu Yan choked her counter-argument. She could not disagree with this sentiment. In that case, I'll start training as well. If I become a genetic warrior, I can help you. And who will stay with Xiao Wei? I'll be fine, replied Wang Wei. No, you won't, cried Yu Yan as she knew her husband was correct. She also knew he wanted to undergo all the danger by himself. After dinner, Wang Tian quickly left. Wang Wei asked his mother for some time alone to think. While sitting on his bed, Wang Wei thought about his life. He had a bright future ahead of him, a good brother in the shape of Fatty Jun, and he hoped to declare his love for the school's flower, Wu Hong. Unfortunately, everything changed after one nap. I must take matters into my hands, he muttered before going to sleep. The next day, Wang Wei began to focus on his studies. He usually was in the top 5 of the school. But now, he turned into a study tyrant, always with a book in his hand. He ignored all other after-school activities, he forewent socializing or even interacting with people, he only studied. In just 1 year, at 16, he graduated high school and scored in the top percentile on the planet during the college exam. Wang Wei applied to Blue United University, the best university on the planet, sponsored by the Federation. His major was biology, with a focus on genetics. He completed a 6-year course in just 3 years, graduating at the young age of 19. In a lab, Wang Wei looked at a recent blood test result. I've already started to decline. The numbers looked slightly off, but he knew this was the beginning of his decline. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he answered, Xiao Wei, when are you coming home? I haven't seen you in 3 years. Mom, I also want to see you, replied Wang Wei with a sigh. But I don't have time. Yu Yan became quiet on the other side, she could not blame her son for trying to save himself. But as a mother, she had to watch her family slowly fall apart as her husband kept adventuring in that dangerous place, and her son tried to beat the clock. How about I come live with you? No, replied Wang Wei. He did not want to be cold, but he already theorized how alarming his decline would be. And he did not want his mother to watch him slowly die. Where are the things I asked for? He changed the topic. Your father has paid for a top-of-the-line research facility for you. However, according to him, you have to recruit personnel yourself. Wang Wei did not mind since he knew geneticists are extremely valuable in this age of genetic warrior. Everyone, from the government to private corporations, will do anything to recuperate, even a mediocre one, because of the hope of finding a way to create a 4th-level genetic warrior. Wang Wei knew he would not have as much problem recruiting people since he had made a slight name for himself in the community with some of the papers he released in the past 3 years. Mortal Dust, v. Exploring the Limits of Genetic Engineering, the Future of Genetic Diversity, Implications and Challenges, the Path of Genetic Medicine, Discovery of the Gene Core, and the Correlation between Genes and Energy Lifeforms. In the past 5 years, with non-stop research and unrestrained funding, Dr. Wang Wei has changed people's understanding of the genome. His discoveries in gene medicine have reduced the threshold to becoming a genetic warrior, thus pushing the planet into a new era of fast evolution. Unfortunately, Such a genius, considered a gift to humanity, does not have long in this mortal world. Maybe, God or the heavens envied his talent and cursed him with such a disease. Cough. Cough. Wang Wei wiped out the blood from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. "Dr. Wang Wei, are you all right?" asked one of the lab assistants. "I'm fine," replied Wang Wei, his complexion paler than a ghost. While looking at the result on the computer, he took a bunch of pills from his desk and swallowed them. He coughed again, but a bit dry compared to his previous wheezing. His phone suddenly rang, and he frowned when he saw who it was. "Mom, I told Xiao Wei." Crying. "Why your father, crying star. What's wrong with father?" he hurriedly asked. "Your father, crying star. Calm down, take a deep breath, and tell what happened. I promise everything will be all right. Your father is missing." "What do you mean he's missing?" "He went deep into the prehistoric continent since he heard there was a flower that could cure your disease. However, a fourth-level creature appeared in the same location he headed, and no one has heard of him since then." Wang Wei became quiet. One of the main reasons for all his success is the odd things his father brought back from that hell of a place. And as he learned of its mystery, a part of him believed that there might really be something from that place that could cure his condition. But now, his hope was gone, and he might have lost his father in the process. "All right. I'm taking a plane home. I'll wait for you." Wang Wei stood up from his chair, prepared to tell his assistant to get his private jet ready. Unfortunately, before opening his mouth, he suddenly felt lightheaded, and everything went black. When he opened his eyes, he was attached to a bunch of machines, and someone was resting next to his bed. "Xiao Wei, you're awake," cried Yu Yan after hearing the sounds of the machines. She hurriedly called the doctor. "What happened to me?" asked Wang Wei, still dazed and groggy. It was a terrible feeling since he felt his mind was not in the right place, no matter how hard he tried. "I'm sorry, Professor Wang," said the doctor. "Your gene collapse has accelerated. Is this why I cannot feel my legs?" The doctor nodded. How long do I have?" 2, maybe, 3 years. Yu Yan could not control her tears. "So, I was not guaranteed to live to 35. I just won't live past that," thought Wang Wei. He never forgot that dream that foretold his death. He looked at his mother, and he could not recognize her. And it was not because he rarely went home in the past 8 years. But also because the woman before him was not the mother she knew. She was thin, her skin was dull, and she had heavy bags as she had never slept a wink for years. The most significant difference was her eyes. They were listless, full of sadness and despair. "Get me my phone," said Wang Wei. He did not waste time using all his contacts to ask people for help to find his father. He offered many of his cutting-edge research, especially the gene medicines that genetic warriors sought after, as a prize for anyone who could find his father. After doing all this in front of his mother, he finally looked at his medical records. "I have no hope." That's the conclusion Wang Wei came up with. His fate was sealed, and there was nothing he could do about it. So, he decided to spend the rest of his life with his mother. He left home when he was 16 and rarely interacted with his family. And in his final moment, he decided to change that fact. Sadly, Wang Wei soon regretted that decision. As his mother watched him rapidly die before her, and with his father's disappearance, Yu Yan was simply inconsolable. Many times, Wang Wei wanted to end his existence in this mortal coil. At the very least, he can go on his own terms or have some control over his fate. But he never dared to do as he feared his mother would follow him. So, 2 years and 3 months later, he died in the hospital bed. And the world mourned the passing of such a brilliant mind. "Where am I?" muttered Wang Wei as he stood up, looking at all the chairs and students next to him. He looked at his youthful and powerful hand, feeling his healthy body. "Big brother, are you all right?" asked Fatty June. "You better stop sleeping before the teacher arrives." Wang Wei mindlessly nodded before sitting back in his seat, processing everything that had happened to him. Am I stuck in some sort of loop? Or was it just a dream? After school, he rushed to the hospital to take a whole-body test. And as expected, he had the same disease. His parents reacted the same way as his dream or first life. However, Wang Wei was different. Something ruthless awakened deep inside him, and he decided to test his theory. He did not try to cure his disease, nor did he allow his father to venture into the prehistoric continent to try to save him. When Wang Tian tried to argue, Wang Wei would be ruthless and threatened to take his own life if his father left him alone. As such, he spent the next 4 years of his life with his parents before dying a second time at the hospital. And as expected, he found himself at 16, back in the same position and in the same class. I am indeed in a loop. And it seems the purpose is to cure this disease, analyzed Wang Wei. Then, he focused on his previous experience of the past 2 lives. The approach in the first life was wrong. I should not have focused on curing the disease, but managing the symptoms and ensuring I lived to the limit of 35 years old. Wang Wei understood that his disease was very complex and could not be easily cured in just a few years. It might take decades, if not longer. Luckily, he appeared to have ample time. After school, he did not get tested or tell his parents about his disease. He convinced his mother to become a genetic warrior and his father to give him a large sum of money for investment. He used that money to acquire a state-of-the-art laboratory in just over a year. And for the next 3 years, he continued his research until, "When were you going to tell us about your disease?" asked Wang Tian, trying extremely hard to conceal his anger. "If it was up to me, never. Boy, this is not the time for you to be cheeky. Look at the state of your mother." "I'm just telling the truth," he argued back. "Telling you would only make things worse. You probably are thinking about going to that dangerous continent to find a way to save me. But I can tell you it won't work." "And how would you know that?" Wang Wei opened his mouth but could not say anything. Then, he suddenly wondered what would happen if he told his parents about the time loop. He did not know whether some god or devil placed him in that loop, but he was not happy that his fate was decided for him. Furthermore, he was unhappy about keeping it a secret when revealing the truth might make things easier for him. So, he decided to gamble and tell the truth. To Wang Wei's surprise, nothing happened except for his family not believing him. However, he had many other ways to convince him, like knowledge about the future and so on. Then, his family established a code word to believe him easier and faster in his subsequent life. With his family's help, things proceeded smoother. In this third life, Wang Wei lived to 30 years old, 3 more than the first. However, he concluded that he had reached a bottleneck in his research to manage his disease. The fastest way to deal with this issue is with some faunus or species in the prehistoric continent. Otherwise, he might use hundreds of lives before succeeding. Unfortunately, that place was too dangerous. So, in his 4th life, he focused on creating the method to become a 4th-level genetic warrior. With the scattered data from the alien spaceship, he finally succeeded in his 8th life. In other words, it took him 4 lives of living to 30 years. However, he only had 15 years of research for each, so he spent 60 years. With both his parents' 4th-level genetic warriors, Wang Wei had access to all the rare resources in the prehistoric continent. In his 10th life, he could manage all the symptoms of his disease and live until he was 35 years old. From his 11th life onward, he focused on finding a cure for his disease. And he only succeeded in his 27th life. And, if nothing out of the ordinary occurs, the next chapter should be the last one for mortal dust. But don't quote me on that. Mortal Dust, 6. Wang Wei's 28th life, he opened his eyes in the same classroom with the same fatty June looking at him with concern. However, the difference was that he had a joyous smile. In his previous life, he finally created a cure for his disease in his late 20s. As such, Wang Wei decided to start fresh in this life, starting from his youth to make up for his regrets. Fatty, I'm fine, reassured Wang Wei. That's good. Hey, I just had an excellent idea, why don't you ask school flower Yan Liling out, and I will do the same for Wu Hong. Fatty June looked at him as if he was an idiot. He raised his hand to touch his big brother's forehead. Are you sure you're okay? Better than I've been. Then, why are you spouting this nonsense? I just think we are only young once, so why not take risks? So, what's the worst that could happen? Rejection? Well, them humiliating us in public is probably the worst that can happen. But if that is the case, then that's only because of their poor characters. So, why would we want to be associated with these kinds of people? Fatty June felt these words made sense. At the same time, he felt something was wrong but could not find the words to argue back. Do you really think I should declare my love for her? Why not? Fatty June frowned for a moment. How about I wait until I lose some weight? Maybe, my chances would be higher then. He knew many handsome and rich men in this school who lusted after the school flowers. Although his family did indeed have money, he lost considerably in the look department. If she cares about your appearance, then she does not deserve you. Wang Wei lied. He knew most women had a preference for physiques when choosing a partner, and that was perfectly fine. After all, some do prefer Fatty's type, and some men also prefer bigger women. However, he needed to build the little fat man's confidence. Plus, if you ever wanted to lose weight, you should do it for yourself, not to please someone else. You know what, you're right, said Fatty June, his voice a little too loud and catching the attention of the other students. The two had to continue their conversation with lowered voices. That afternoon, a piece of shocking news traveled throughout the school. 2 students asked the school flower Wu Hong and Yan Liling out, and they accepted. When the men discovered 2 of the top 5 school flowers were no longer available, they almost lost their marbles, especially when they realized they lost one to Fatty June. The next 4 years became interesting, to say the least. After returning home, Wang Wei once again convinced his parents of the loop. Then, he used their financial means to set up a lab and acquire a few things from the prehistoric continent. Finally, he concocted a cure for his genetic disease. Finally free, muttered Wang Wei. Without the burden of death, he decided to enjoy his life normally despite his high mental age. He wanted to experience the hormonal years of high school or the freedom of university. And he had all these experiences he missed. His love life blossomed with Wu Hong. He and his close brother, who was no longer a fatty by the 2nd year, were now the envious couple in both high school and university. Everyone wanted to be them. The only downside to his life was his terrible talent for the genetic warrior path because of his illness. Nevertheless, he did not mind since he had plenty of experience, knowledge, resources, and time. He would achieve something on this path. He became a first-level warrior at 32 when his wife and close friends were already 3rd levels. However, Wang Wei did not care about this. His life was considered successful because of the few revolutionary papers he released, forever changing the scientific world. Today, he was celebrating his 35th birthday, a special year for him. It was a grand celebration, but only a few people knew why the reclusive renowned scientist, Dr. Wang Wei, would throw such a lavish festivity. Wang Wei overlooked everyone attending over a balcony with his family next to him. He raised his glass to make a speech. Bang! Wang Wei stood up with heavy breath, looking at the desk before him. Are you all right? Asked Fatty June. Wang Wei looked him directly in the eyes, myriad emotions flashing in his eyes. You're scaring me. Did something happen? Nothing. Just had a nightmare. Wang Wei motioned him to sit down as he processed what had just occurred. That was the sound of a gunshot. Now that he pondered on the situation, he remembered the vivid sensation of something penetrating his skull. Thinking back to that experience, he felt fear and panic but quickly regained his mind to concentrate. It was not time for such emotion. My time loop is not my disease, but my death at the age of 35 years old. Is this what I meant by nexus of fate? Many thoughts flashed in his mind as he analyzed the situation. Then, he slammed the desk with his hand. Who the fuck placed me in this time loop? I don't care who you are, I don't care whether you are a god, devil, or even the heavens itself. Once I'm out, I will gut you and your entire life, I will make you regret your existence. There was nothing he hated more than being manipulated. Suddenly, Wang Wei was embarrassed as he realized he was in a classroom. The next few hours were quite embarrassing since he had to see the principal, and his mother had to come to pick him up from the office. However, after calming down that night, Wang Wei learned something from this event. He mentioned the existence of the time loop to a large group, but there were no consequences. Of course, there was the possibility it was because no one believed him, but he decided to test the boundaries of this rule. So, the next day, he tried to convince Fatty Jun, Wu Hong, and Yan Liling. He knew these people were trustworthy and individuals with excellent capabilities. They could be great allies in this unknown journey of saving his life. Convincing Wu Hong was easier than expected. After telling her a few intimate details that no one should know, she easily told him she believed him. Fatty Jun was loyal to a fault and told him he would believe him if he said the world they lived in was nothing but an illusion. The real issue was Yan Liling. However, after more than a month of predicting future events, she had no choice but to believe. So, the next step was establishing a way to come together faster in the next life. Then, the group began to work together to save Wang Wei's life. Wu Hong was in charge of figuring out the cause of the time loop. Li Jun had to create a powerful military force to protect Wang Wei. Yan Liling was tasked with finding a way for Wang Wei to transfer knowledge of their future self to their younger self, making it easier for them to work together and be efficient. As for Wang Wei, he worked to change his talent in this life to become a powerful genetic warrior. And since the others' tasks were not simple things that could easily be achieved, they would also help. He died in this life because one of his researchers accidentally brought a dangerous plant from the prehistoric continent. The plant looked like an average office plant, and she used it as decoration. Unfortunately, it released a dangerous and undetectable toxin that is deadly to all first-level below genetic warriors. With this death, Wang Wei knew for sure he was in a time loop around living more than 35 years and that he could die in the most ridiculous way if he were not careful. In his 29th life, he successfully cured the problem of his genes and acquired an ungodly talent for evolution. Unfortunately, he died because something went wrong with his laboratory, resulting in a powerful explosion. Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wu Hong could not save him in time despite their third level. In his 30th life, he cured his disease and the problem with his genes. And in a short time, he and his family became fourth-level genetic warriors using countless resources and even affecting their foundation. As one of the most powerful entities on the planet, he still died. How? The beast disaster. All the creatures or odd species from the prehistoric continent invaded his region of the world. This event revealed to humans the horror of that place, with countless fourth-level creatures. Wang Wei died while protecting his mother as a creature swallowed him whole. Mortal Dust, Finale. Wang Wei sat on his school desk, breathing in and out. He placed his elbows on the desk and supported his head with his hands. 30 times. That's how many times he had to experience death. And each time, the experience was not pleasant. He ignored the noise around him as he took a deep breath. He concentrated on the sound of his beating heart, slowly alienating all the noise in his surrounding. And when he could only hear the soothing rhythmic thumping of his heart, he felt calm, peaceful, and composed. Let's see if it works. He closed his eyes, using a meditation technique to enter a realm of absolute silence. As he traveled into the depth of his mind, he soon saw 5 floating lights, and a rare smile appeared on his face. He opened his eyes to look at the worried Fatty June and said, "I have something for you." "Huh? Something? Forget about that. Are you alright?" "You'll understand soon." Wang Wei placed 2 fingers on Fatty June's forehead as he closed his eyes. "It might hurt, so be prepared." Immediately afterward, Fatty June groaned as his eyes changed. It was no longer youthful and full of vigor. Instead, it contained the vicissitudes of life. Li Jun faltered for a moment, and Wang Wei supported him. "So, I've failed," said Li Jun, his eyes full of wisdom beyond his age. "What life is this?" "The 30th. But you should not blame yourself. I couldn't protect you, so who else should I blame? We knew things would not be so simple. Anyway, we should focus on the positive sides." Liling's method worked. 4th-level genetic warriors have evolved their brains to detect the magnetic fields of the universe. And this process is often referred to by scientists as achieving a higher consciousness. Wang Wei's group theorized the further evolution of the higher consciousness in 5th and above genetic warriors would allow humans to transfer their consciousness into another body, abandoning the flesh and becoming pure consciousness creatures, to become soul creatures. So, they experimented to see if they could leave a piece of their higher consciousness to Wang Wei, and when he died and restarted, whatever power placed him in the time loop could bring them with him. Separating the higher consciousness took some time to achieve through technology. And right before Wang Wei's 35th birthday and death, the group proceeded with the plan. "Let's go get the others," said Wang Wei before meeting with Wu Hong, Liling, and his parents. After accessing the previous lives' memories, the team had a better chance at surviving since they did not have to go through all the hurdles of becoming acquainted and convincing each other. "It's good that at least one of our plans succeeded," commented Yan Liling. "So, what's our next game plan?" 5th-level genetic warrior. "If all of us can be this powerful, nothing on this planet can kill us," said Wang Wei. "That's not as easy as stated," added Yu Yan. We have already theorized that further study of the higher consciousness is the way to the 5th level. But how will we achieve this stage in less than 20 years? She was correct. Achieving 4th-level genetic warrior with the limited time the group had was already a daunting task. And each higher evolution needs more energy or resources and more time. "Do you want to study temporal fields to create a time acceleration room?" asked Wu Hong. "Exactly," replied Wang Wei. "This level of technology cannot be developed easily." "Yes, but we have time." They did have time, but at what cost? Wang Tian patted his son's shoulder while Yu Yan tried not to cry. Then, the group got into action. Wu Hong and Wang Wei worked on the temporal field, while Yan Liling and Yu Yan worked on the 5th-level genetic warrior path. Li Jun and Wang Tian were in charge of calculating all possible dangers that could lead to Wang Wei's death and preventing it. The group also did not give up trying to survive in this life. They tried to build an underground bunker to hide and pass the time. Somehow, a group of 4th-level creatures that had evolved underground ambushed and killed them. The next attempt was to build a spaceship and leave the planet with their research crew. Unfortunately, one crew got infected by an alien species that is a brain porosity and sabotaged the ship, killing everybody. The group tried again, this time with only themselves on the spaceship. They were caught by some abnormal cosmic phenomenon and died. On the 50th life, they completed their research. With time acceleration, the group became 5th-level genetic warriors. Their cause of death was the planet's explosion. Typically, a 5th-level warrior should be able to survive a planet's destruction with no issue. Unfortunately, the real cause of the destruction was a secret research program gone wrong that affected the planet's core and exponentially increased the explosion. the group tried again. They reached the 5th stage and left the planet. With their strength, they should have been able to survive in the universe. Unfortunately, they encountered a 6th-level cosmic creature. On the 59th life, they pushed the boundaries of the temporal field and created the method to achieve the 6th level. An alien empire discovered their planet, and they died fighting off an invasion composed of too many 6th-level powerhouses. From the 60th life, the group focused on using the power of time to deal with the situation. They concentrated on mastering its power to escape the time loop. Unfortunately, they could not comprehend how it operated. So, they tried a different strategy: escape into the past or the future. The travel to the past was to see whether they could find any information on how Wang Wei became entangled in that time loop. Furthermore, they wanted to know what would happen if the two of them existed. For more chapters, please visit pan.dn0vel. Unfortunately, this attempt was futile. They did not find any new information, nor did anything change after Wang Wei met his younger self. When his future body turned 35, an accident occurred, and he died. Then, they proceeded on their voyage to the future. The year that Wang Wei always died was 2136. So, the group wanted to know what would happen if they traveled beyond that year. Nothing occurred. And when his biological age reached 35, Wang Wei died. Then, the group realized an anomaly: if they counted the time acceleration, Wang Wei had lived longer than 35 years old. And yet, previously, he always died in the year 2136. But now, after traveling to the future, they cannot understand how exactly his death time is calculated. They tried to use this information to their advantage. However, they soon gave up on this idea since they no longer knew the rules and regulations. Without knowing the exact time Wang Wei would die, the number of variables that needed to be considered dramatically increased. 100th life, Wang Wei walked on a beach, lost in his thoughts. He stopped and turned around. "Why are you guys following me? We are afraid you'll give up." "Give up, huh?" Sigh, he turned around and continued walking. "Is this what I need for this to stop? Accept my fate and give up?" thought Wang Wei as he looked at the sand. Tui. He spat on the ground with disdain in his eyes. He refused to just give up. He promised himself that he would punch whoever it was that made him suffer through this. And even if it is out of spite and hatred, he would never stop until he succeeded. He took a moment to calm down and analyze the situation, taking into account all his previous experience. This feels like a sick, twisted game. He felt that way because of the events in the future. It was like he went outside the boundaries of the game, and without knowing the rules, it became even harder to win. So, I need to play the game to win, play within the confine of the rules. He then looked at the entire situation like he was playing a game against an unknown entity. Let's call it fate. He drew his name against fate on the sand before drawing a line. At one end, he wrote 16 and the other 35. He then crossed the 35 and placed the year 2136 underneath. My greatest move was that high consciousness transference. Wang Wei wrote the name of his name against fate. That move granted him the support and help needed to continue this battle. Otherwise, he would never be capable of making so many moves. That move was brilliant and cunning, he thought with a smug look before stopping. Why did it work? The mind, memories, thoughts, part of the game's rules? He squinted his eyes, deep in thought. Fate is not absolute, it has to allow room for possibility. And since it's not absolute, it can be conquered, but how? Wang Wei was not stupid to think he could overwhelm such power. Play within its rules and limitations, trick it. In this life, Wang Wei did nothing extraordinary besides managing his disease. And when he turned 35, the group placed him in a machine with 2 pods. And when the time arrived, the machine beeped, signaling his death. Pushi. The other pod opened, and a teenager walked out. Success? Asked Wu Hong. It appears so, replied the teenager as he looked at the dead Wang Wei. Fate wanted Wang Wei to die in the year 2136, and he did. His plan was simple: accept his fate, die, and transfer his mind, memories, and consciousness into another body. As such, he was now a new person with a new identity. He did not agree to the plan to transfer his mind into a clone to ensure success. So, are you really Wang Wei? Asked Li Jun. The answer to this question is quite philosophical, he replied. He did not transfer his higher consciousness to another body. Instead, he transferred his memories and thought patterns to a prepared body with its mind wiped. On a physical level, he was different. On a conceptual level, he had a different soul, if such a thing existed. But on an existential level, he had the same memories, ideologies, likes, dislikes, fears, aspirations, and everything that made him Wang Wei. After thinking about this, Wang Wei suddenly smiled as his eyes and hair turned gray and his face changed. Meanwhile, his family dispersed since they were only projections. This was an interesting experience. The game. The discordance of fate, thought Wang Wei, which is one of the most important things he learned from this experience. Fate is all about determinism, it deals with the absolute. Yet, it yearned for the people under its control to have unlimited possibilities and escape its shackles. Wang Wei raised his head to condense a silver-gray star and looked deeply at it. Cultivation is a process of slowly escaping the control of fate. The higher the strength, the more choice an individual has, the more capable they have of becoming responsible for their actions. Then, there are, the fateless, people born outside the control of fate. They are the blessed few. A better way to describe them is that the river of fate does not register them. Finally, there is another group of people that he just learned of, people who have condensed their fate star. When a mortal break free from their fate without outside influence. The influence includes finding a cultivation technique and becoming powerful. To condense a fate star, they have to be similar to the mortal dust Wang Wei, using their intelligence, resourcefulness, and willpower to fundamentally alter the course of their life or a specific event. This is not as easy as it appears, thought Wang Wei as he looked at the planet he created in a corner of the science and technology world for this mortal dust. I can control the fate of everyone present to a scary level, he thought before looking at two couples walking in the street. If he wanted, he could determine the very genetic components of this couple's descendants 100 million years from now. He could control the air particle their descendant 234,987 years from this exact moment would breathe. Wang Wei could determine the precise molecular composition of every mortal that will exist on this planet for up to a few billion years. He can determine their personality, choices, trauma, success, failures, and so many more. The river of fate should be more even horrifying than I am. So, how difficult is it for a mortal to condense their fate star? Wang Wei could not fathom the difficulty of achieving such a thing. Even he only defeated fate because he had unlimited time. There should be some people who succeeded. And if these individuals walked the cultivation journey, they would be scary. He shook his head before dispersing the fate star since it was not real. Anyway, he was still a fateless, and to his knowledge, the star granted similar capabilities. Wang Wei then teleported to the beach, where he had his epiphany. He looked at the sand, deep in thought. In the grand scheme of things, it does not make sense for fate to allow any being possibilities to become free. It undermines its core concept of absolute control, unless someone needs it to do so. Grand Tao, he muttered out loud before writing its character on the sand. The entire chaos universe is like a game, and cultivation is a way to level up. Based on the player's location, they can choose different classes: Emperor, Tao, and Immortal. In some locations, the Emperor class is not available. Wang Wei felt his understanding of fate, especially order-disorder laws, increase at an alarming rate. In this game, there are technically 12 levels. There are many rules and regulations reinforced by game masters, Heavenly Dao. Once a player does something outside the game's cognition or becomes too broken, the game master will place limitations on them. At the same time, the higher a player's level, the more rules they can learn and break. Nevertheless, the highest level player does not come close to the ultimate game master, Grand Dao. Wang Wei's eyes became more brilliant. Not everyone in the game can be a player. Some people have to be NPCs. And when an NPC becomes a player, those are the people who give birth to their fate star. Meanwhile, fateless are people born with some small bugs. Maybe there is a better analogy for them. Wang Wei placed a pin on the fateless analogy before continuing with his train of thought. After level 12, there is no way to move forward. No, some players have gone beyond that level. And in that realm, they seem to be able to compete with the ultimate game master. Wang Wei remembered when Han Jun protected him from Grand Dao and allowed him to break one of the game's rules, a taboo. From level 12 to 13, there is no path. Players have to create their own method. And upon success, the players will acquire some of the powers of game masters to bend the rules of the game or even establish them themselves. His mind became clearer as he understood his next step after becoming a peak paragon. The ultimate game master wants players to level up and maybe even challenge it. But why? Did someone program it that way? Or does it benefit in some ways as a result? For more chapters, please visit Pan, DN0vel. Heavenly Daoist's goal is to make their world stronger. Then, the same could apply on a large scale. Maybe, Grand Dao desires the infinite chaos worlds floating in primordial chaos to evolve, strengthen, and give birth to even more powerful cultivators. Or, it could be something more sinister: we are stuck in a cage, raised like pigs to be slaughtered. And, of course, the pig has to fatten up first. Wang Wei squinted his eyes and took note of this possibility. However, if that was true, he was only level 8 and could do nothing about such a thing now. The ultimate game master has many modules to help him in the game, and the most powerful is the River of Fate. But what are the others? His innate paragon soul began to function rapidly. Every one of his spirit particles acted as one Wang Wei, boosting his comprehension speed. Grand Dao Source, River of Time, Source Chi Space. Wang Wei frowned as he felt there were more critical modules. For example, the True Power Dao Realm, but he was not sure. It seemed his comprehension was not enough. It's fine. I have time to figure things out. One of the ways to win this game is to figure out its rules and essence. Most level 12 players do not even know the game's existence, let alone have such a deep comprehension of it. The majority of them cannot even reach level 12. And those who do give in to the despair of not having a path forward. Meanwhile, exceptional players like his ancestor, Qiuan, knew to create a path forward. After all, he created a way from level 0 to 9. 5. If the ultimate game master did not place severe restrictions on level 10 and above, players like Qiuan would have continued to find a way to level 12. I now understand why he created the Second Origin War and the purpose of the ultimate taboo, to find a way to level 13. Of course, I'm guessing things were not that simple. He looked at the writing in the sand about the game. If someone from Earth saw them, they could immediately enter a deep state of enlightenment and understand order-disorder law and even a tiny portion of fate. No, as long as a cultivator was the gaming terminology he used, they would also become enlightened. He waved his hand to remove these writings. Some secrets of the world cannot be written down. Play the game to win the game, he muttered. Wang Wei then flew to the atmosphere, looking at the planet from above, reviewing his final mortal dust for a second time. He learned many lessons that he feels would be vital to his future cultivation path, especially when he tries to reach level 13. Furthermore, his comprehension of existence increased slightly after the method he used to cheat death. He understood that Eternal Emperor's eternal attribute is also a form of mimetic power. They exist in the form of memories, words, and even historical events. Additionally, not all Eternal Emperors are the same, for example, Qiyuan and the Absolute Beginning Emperor. However, because of all the events that Qiyuan has accomplished, it is at least 1,000 times more difficult to kill him than the Absolute Beginning Emperor. Qiyuan has created events that have affected the entire universe. And if someone wanted to kill him, they would have to erase him from the history of the entire chaos universe, which involved near-infinite chaos worlds. As he pondered all these things, his mind felt clearer than before. The silver law tree in his sea of consciousness bloomed to give birth to a fruit. There is only one thing I need an answer to now: why do I want to become free and unfettered? The moment he learned about the cultivation world, he decided that this would be his primary goal. But the question is, why was this his goal? Was he a person naturally born desiring freedom? Did the environment of his past life mold this desire? Or was there another sinister reason he was obsessed with becoming free and unfettered? I just need to find the answer before proving the Tao. Wang Wei connected this planet to the rest of the science and technology world before leaving to enter the Supreme Realm. Supreme Realm. Wang Wei sat cross-legged in a mountain, deep in cultivation. The law tree inside his body shone brightly as a fruit rapidly condensed. The fruit was silver with 9 symbols, each representing an aspect of Wang Wei's fate law: destiny, fate, karma, samsara, spacetime, luck, order-disorder, yin-yang, and free will. As his comprehension reached the required level, he had no problem condensing his Tao fruit. Wang Wei could feel his laws sublimated to a higher level. They became Tao, the source of all laws. However, this was the first part of condensing the Tao fruit. The next step was to instill all his desires, goals, and ambitions similar to what occurred in the divine body realm. Not everyone can pursue the Tao, and there are differences between the people who do. Does a cultivator have their own Tao? Or are they relying on the path of the ancestor? Is their Tao heart and state of mind worthy of pursuing the Tao? All these things will determine success in entering the Supreme Realm. Wang Wei used his spiritual strength to instill his ideas and ambitions, and in the process, he felt resistance. In the process, countless doubts manifested from the deep corner of his mind. He began questioning himself, his ideas, his beliefs, and whether he would succeed. Could he prove the Tao in this generation? Everything seems to be going smoothly, but is that the case? What about his plans? What will happen to the people who are counting on him? Then, there is his dream, no, his goal of becoming free and unfettered. Is that really possible? Can absolute freedom be achieved? Can his version of absolute freedom become a reality? Wang Wei pushed through everything and did not let these doubts stop him. Despite the many questions he had about his life, despite the worries, he never doubted his eventual success, no matter the situation, and kept pushing forward. After the process finished, his Tao fruit shone a little, indicating his success. The next step is to condense his Dharma body or the other fruits of his secondary Taos. Cultivators cannot have 2 primary Taos. They can cultivate as many laws as they want. But there has to be the main Tao fruit that is used to prove the Tao. Luckily, the Tao fruit can be composed of countless laws. Wang Wei proceeded to condense 2 more secondary fruits that he labeled Profession Tao fruit and Battle Auxiliary Tao fruit. The Profession Tao fruit contained the laws of the 5 elements, followed by his understanding of the other 5 professions like array and alchemy. The Battle Auxiliary Tao fruit contained soul, destruction, devour, thunder, and sealing laws. The process of condensing the second Tao fruit was simpler than the first and did not cause much trouble. So, Wang Wei watched the two other small fruits below the main one. Next is the Dharma body, thought Wang Wei. This part of the breakthrough involved control of laws and the domain. This part was the easiest for him because of his force control skill. An enormous version of himself appeared above the mountain. If Wang Wei did not isolate the surrounding with formation, the entire myriad emperor world would have noticed the presence of that Dharma body. After making the shape, the fruit inside his sea of consciousness shone brilliantly for a few minutes before stabilizing itself. Wang Wei stood before the enormous version of himself. Not bad, he commented to his handsome self. Last step. Well, second to last. Another enormous version of himself appeared, his physique's vision. Under his control, the two fused. The Dharma body then released a more mighty and profound aura. As expected, the power of River of Fate gave me a small boost. He fused his physique's vision with the River of Fate from the heavenly abode realm. And now, it benefited his Dharma body. Wang Wei looked at the giant and dispersed it before summoning it. Dharma body, the Tao manifesting in a physical body, it's both real and unreal. When he dispersed it, Wang Wei felt this thing did not exist. But upon wishing it, the Dharma body reappeared again. Furthermore, he felt if it were severely damaged, he would also suffer. 8-leaf strength, Wang Wei muttered as he calculated the devastation he could unleash with the Dharma body. Not as much of an increase as I hoped for. He understood that he was rapidly approaching a plateau that his main body could reach. He then focused on how he will cultivate this realm. There are 2 stages in the Supreme Realm, and they are cultivated at the same time. Technically speaking, there are 2 stages for some people. The first stage and only stage is the fruit ripening stage. As the name implies, it is to continue ripening the Tao fruit until perfection and reaching the peak of the Supreme Realm. The second stage is the Tao Tribulation Realm, where cultivators without their own Tao will undergo numerous tribulations to prove they are worthy of keeping their power. An example would be someone like Yan Chen, Wang Wei's previous Tao protector, whose Tao is partly himself and partly the Sword Empress. He has to pass Tao tribulations in the Supreme Realm. Of course, some geniuses use secret techniques to call upon artificial Tao tribulation to help temper their Tao fruit. The Supreme Realm is too easy for these heaven chosens, muttered Wang Wei. This is probably one of the reasons there have been so many pseudo-emperors. In this realm, it should be mandatory for them to undergo Tao heart tribulations at the very least. He felt the heart road was not enough. A cultivator should never stop tempering their Tao heart. For more chapters, please visit Pan.dn0vel. I'll change the order of heaven and earth after I prove the Tao. I'll also add a Tao heart tempering stage. Wang Wei waved his hand to disperse the small world he had created and the formations. Then, he waited for the tribulation. Wang Wei was not in the mood to experience tribulation, so he swallowed everything that came for him and used it as nutrients for his body. Finally, the tribulation condensed the projection of a past heaven chosen. A young man full of confidence and ambitions, dressed in fur coats, pants, and boots. The heaven-opening emperor. The heaven-opening emperor did not waste time and rushed toward Wang Wei, punching him with unimaginable force. The law of power, and strength on par with 10 primordial dragon force, commented with a slight surprise. He was not amazed by the latter's strength since he expected as much from the heaven-opening emperor. After all, he was one of the critical reasons acquired lifeforms won the war during the Null Era. However, Wang Wei was surprised the latter cultivated power law and did not enter the true power Tao realm. The heaven-opening emperor seems like an ambitious person to me. So, I assume he would try to open that gate. He shook his head before deciding to end this charade. He wanted to prepare for the cleanup and did not want to waste any more time. So, he slapped his opponent into oblivion. However, the thunder recondensed instead of disappearing. Immediately, Wang Wei knew what was happening after seeing the clarity and wisdom in the new lightning projections. The heaven-opening emperor. Shouldn't you call me ancestor? Qiuan is my ancestor. I see that young lad has tarnished my name, the heaven-opening emperor commented. Has he? History is not always as it seems, said the emperor as he looked into the distance. They say the primordial god fell in love with me, and I used this opportunity to study her body and create the ancient cultivation. But is that what happened? No. That bitch treated me like a toy, torturing me for her sick pleasure. I had to have a strong body to survive. The emperor paused as he reminisced. My original intention was not as noble as history said. Of course, after acquiring strength and seeing the plight of the human race, I tried to help by perfecting and spreading the system. But during that time, how many times I came close to death by her hunting me. She almost destroyed the Wang tribe. The emperor sighed before shaking his head. I'm sure your life was not easy. Not one who lived in that era had a good life. That does not change your action, commented Wang Wei. The bloodline imprint was common in my era, argued the emperor. Great emperors were the cornerstones that prevented the extension of the human race. So, having a fast way to revive was a common tactic. I have no problem with what you did back then. Heaven-opening emperor was slightly surprised. He thought this descendant was similar to Qiuan, a little too righteous. But maybe he was wrong. My issue with you is that you did not remove your method before you ascended, which could have affected me. Wang Wei suspected this man killed 2 aristocratic Wang clan emperors to prepare for his resurrection from limbo. Interesting, commented the emperor. He could tell this kid inherited some characteristics from Qiuan and him. Well, it was nice meeting you. I guess we will see each other very soon. Heavenly Book. Wang Wei's reaction to the heaven-opening emperor has everything to do with trust. He can trust his ancestors to some extent after analyzing their deeds, interacting, and his wife's personal experience with them. Nevertheless, he would never completely trust them since the number of people he trusts completely can be counted on one hand. As for the heaven-opening emperor, he is in the category of people Wang Wei can trust once he is on the same level as them, with no overwhelming power disparity. Once that happens, he has no trouble reuniting the Wang clan for his benefit. He looked in the distance before disappearing and returning home. He first went to check on Li Jun and the others. He did show them the memories of what happened in the science and technology world since he did not want them to be affected by the taboo. Wang Wei did not know the extent of Hongjun's protection, which would probably not extend to the people he loved. So, he would only show his wife since she might be safe from the taboo. How did it go? Asked Li Jun as he handed him some tea. Pretty well, replied Wang Wei before explaining his mortal dust. What about yours? Pretty standard. I became a murderous psychopath, a mighty general, a conqueror, and a battle-addicted martial artist. The only interesting aspect was when I was a corpse and worked in samsara for your life-death incarnation. That should have been quite the experience. What about the 8-Extremity Foundation? It worked. I did what you told me and sent all my clones to the spacetime incarnation. They are now all quasi-emperors after cultivating in a parallel timeline. What did Liling decide? She said she wants to take at least try. Wang Wei nodded. Yan Liling's talent is better than Li Jun despite being way weaker than him. So, she wanted Wang Wei to preach existence to her and see if she could walk the 9-Extremity Foundation. Wang Wei also plans to do the same for his mother. He wants his mother to have the strength of 7 Leaf before proving the Tao. She has to have the power of a failed 9-Extremity Foundation. And he's prepared to go to extreme means if necessary. He chatted with Li Jun for a while before seeing his father. Once he reached the Wang clan's mountain, he saw the latter fishing before a small pond with a dazed look. "Are you all right?" he asked as he sat next to him. "Oh, you're here," replied Wang Tian. "I'm fine, just thinking about something." "Where's Mom?" "She went back to her clan." "Is everything all right?" "No, just a normal visit." "I see. So, what's on your mind that you did not even go with her?" Wang Tian sighed before explaining the situation with the Sword Empress talisman. "In other words, you're conflicted about tempering your body despite the ancestor giving you her wisdom that the body is necessary for the future path of cultivation?" Wang Wei wanted to curse, these swordsmen were too stubborn. "I know you think him inflexible, but things are not simple. I am now over 900,000 years and for all my life, I've held the belief that swordsmanship is all about giving up everything for offensive capabilities. How can I easily change? You should also understand that the ancestor spent innumerable Yuan epochs to learn this lesson and shares that wisdom with you. Shouldn't that count as something?" "It does, hence, why I'm conflicted." Wang Wei took out a wine jar from his space ring and took a big sip, not hiding the frustration on his face. "Did she leave her consciousness in the talisman?" "Yes." "Did you ask her the question?" "You were right. Ancestor Qiyuan did preach existence to her, and she achieved 9 extremity." "What level?" 2 root. "The reason for failure?" "Her body was too weak," Wang Tian replied with a bigger sigh. "So, are you prepared to walk the same path as her? With your talent and my guidance, achieving 5 root should not be a problem." I don't know." "Well, figure it out." Wang Wei disappeared and returned home to see his wife. "These pure swordsmen are truly the most stubborn people I've met. The older and more powerful they are, the worse they become," Wu Hong replied. She also suffered this frustration when she tried to convince Sword Empress to temper her body. The latter did not change even after losing to her. "Wife, I miss you." He hugged her for more chapters. Please visit Pan, DN0 Vel. Did you not see me in your last mortal dust? I did, but it was only a projection. Speaking of which, will it be a problem if you know what happened in the science world? It'll be fine. She herself is an anomaly. Although her powers and memories are limited, she still has some privileges. Wang Wei then shared everything that occurred. "Your game analogy is quite the perfect way of looking at things," commented Wu Hong. "However, you underestimate the players who condense Fate Star." "Oh, is there something I don't know?" After condensing the Fate Star, they will undergo an awakening where they experience the essence of the universe or the essence of the Tao. The result of this process is a terrifying ability that you would refer to as cheat ability or golden finger back on Earth. Wang Wei's mouth twitched. "Is it that bad?" "It varies based on the individual. But I remember one of the scariest Fate Stars I met," continued Wu Hong. "Heavenly Book Paragon, a peak paragon and controller of the Heaven Grand Tao Source." She squinted her eyes. "He is one of the few people I've never defeated in my life. And honestly, during our fight, I don't think he fought me with all his strength during our fight, yet we tied." "He's that good? Do you know what his ability was?" "It was a novel. You have to give me more than this." "Let me finish," replied Wu Hong before pinching him. "Imagine your life was a story written from birth until you become a paragon and beyond. Then, the author of that novel reincarnated in his own book. What would it be like? The author would know all the secrets of the universe, all the best scriptures, talents, fortunate encounters, etc. He could use them to rise to the top in a quick, efficient, and terrifying manner. That's what his ability was. He had a novel that contained all the knowledge of his chaos world, and he used it to his advantage." Wang Wei wanted to curse. People are often jealous of his talent and background. But compared to someone like that, he was nothing but dirt. "Don't be jealous, he earned his ability." "Even so," replied Wang Wei with gritted teeth. Is it too late for me to become a fate star? It's impossible for you. Why? You were never immortal. What does that mean? Think about it for a moment. The moment you were born, you had many great destinies, including becoming a cultivator. That means, the moment I was born, I was destined to slowly lose the tethers of fate. Yes. Albeit contradictory, that's how it is for all cultivation geniuses and heaven chosens, they were never truly mortals. Meanwhile, fate stars are true NPCs, people essentially created to embellish the game and make it more realistic. Then, they successfully escaped the restriction of the source code and became players. No destiny, no luck or help. So, if I wanted to condense a fate star, I would have to abandon everything. All my luck, destinies, and karma, including my family and you, turn from a player into an NPC. Then, I would have one opportunity to succeed without any aid. Exactly. Okay, it's not worth it. I have pretty decent stats for this game, I'll use what I have. Wise choice, said Wu Hong with a brilliant smile as she caressed under his chin. By the way, what happened to Heavenly Book Paragon? Is he also in limbo? Probably not, since he refused to participate at the last minute. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. What are you going to do next? The cleanup should start soon, replied Wang Wei. He guessed most heaven chosens were now using time acceleration to the limit to catch up and be prepared for the cleanup. You should prepare that things will not be as simple as it seems. Indeed. Are you coming with me? No. My presence might make things more complicated. She had an inkling of the reason for the cleanup, but she was unsure of the detail, nor did she care to inquire. And she also felt things might become more complicated if she appeared. Wang Wei checked on Wang Ju to prepare for the upcoming events. He then checked the alliance with the demon race and ensured no problems. He did his duty as sect master. A little over 200 years later, Heavenly Dao announced the beginning of the cleanup. So, he flew to the lifeless domain along with everyone else. The lifeless domain. Wang Wei was in the midst of teleporting outside of the lifeless domain when he sensed something. So, he told the team to go ahead and that he will be late. More than half an hour later, he arrived. Did something happen? Asked Li Jun. No. I sensed an opportunity that would accelerate the rate I condensed my black holes, so I went to get it, replied Wang Wei as he looked around. The clouds were red, and the soil was a death gray. He could sense a terrifying baleful aura in the surroundings that could easily corrode the body and soul. The laws of heaven and earth were chaotic, making void-shattering realm and saints almost useless in this place. The space was chaotic, thus preventing teleportation through normal means. What a terrible place, commented Wang Wei as he looked at a humongous red door not far, and all the heaven chosens gathered around. Really? I like it, commented Li Jun. Of course you do, this place is like a small haven for you, commented Yan Liling. These baleful auras are a booster for someone who cultivates slaughter Dao. I wouldn't say it's a haven. Wang Wei ignored the couple as he observed everyone present. All the heaven chosens in this generation were here, many of which he had never seen or interacted with, but he had a file about their information. Su Shi is not here. Is she late? Wang Wei continued to look around before his gaze on Mo Xingyun, and he suddenly appeared before her, catching everyone's attention. After all, who does not know the man who is said to have the highest chance of proving the Dao in this generation? A puppet, said Wang Wei after observing for a while. There is no, she did not finish her word as Wang Wei snapped his finger, and she exploded into 1,000 pieces. You can leave or suffer the same fate as the construct, said Wang Wei to the people of the Mo clan. You can't do this? Yes, I can, since I did not break any hidden rules. He snapped his finger, and these people disappeared, teleporting them to some unknown place and also sealing them. Wang Wei knew his actions would not prevent the Mo clan from getting their hands on a token, since they could still enter after him or, better yet, take a token from some poor soul. After all, Heavenly Dao did not explicitly state that a token was linked to the person who acquired it. The entire token situation is not even clear yet to everyone. Wang Wei ignored the stares around him and walked towards someone else. "Little rat, I thought you would continue to hide." "Sir Wang Wei, this is the first time we have met." "Have I offended you in some way?" replied Yu Zhou with a confused look on his pure and innocent face. And he was not the only one. The people from the soul race were also wondering what's the contradiction between these two. "You know me better than anyone, so you should understand I will not let societal pressure like status, custom, or public image dictate my actions." "So, what's your reliance?" Some other heaven chosen might be worried about the image of the Dao opening sect and how suddenly killing someone for no justifiable reason might cause trouble. However, Wang Wei only cares about these things when necessary. However, since he placed Yu Zhou in his kill on-sight list, I guess we'll see. Boom! Before anyone could react, he punched Yu Zhou into oblivion. The latter could not resist even a tiny bit as his opponent left nothing of him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei waited, and as expected, a flame suddenly came into the position he was and Yu Zhou's body suddenly regenerated. "The undead phoenix scroll," he said. "So, you're really one of the traitors." Everyone looked at him, wondering what he meant by traitors. Traitor to whom? Most people were confused. And even the top heaven chosens only analyzed that he might be talking to traitors to other worlds that wanted to interfere in the myriad emperor worlds heaven will battle. "Traitor? What are you talking about?" asked Yu Zhou with a frown. "Yes. You can explain your ability to a fortunate encounter and receiving the undead phonexus inheritance," commented Wang Wei before punching him again into oblivion. A few seconds later, the other revived. "I've obliterated every atom in your body along with your soul. Yet, you're completely okay." "That's because I'm immortal," replied Yu Zhou with confidence. "Although I don't know why you're bent on killing me, it does not matter in the end." For more chapters, please visit pan.dn0vel. Wang Wei did not continue attacking but instead observed Yu Zhou for a moment. "I see. You're connected to a powerful entity. Nothing between heaven and earthy can kill you as long as that entity is alive." Yu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. However, his facial expression remained the same. "That's the wonder of the undead phoenix scroll. That's the wonder of the one from the upper dimension, not the one he left before ascension," commented Wang Wei, making Yu Zhou's eyes almost twitch. Interacting with this man was scary. He released a natural aura of authority and power that can easily pressure the weak-minded. But the scariest part is how his eyes seem to penetrate all secrets. On top of everything, his mind is so sharp that he can infer the tiniest information. "Once again, I don't know what you're talking about. If Undead Phoenix's dog is so hard to deal with, what about the others?" Wang Wei tilted his head slightly as he looked at Yu Zhou. "The word dog irks you? Isn't the price to achieve such immortality to become someone's doormat? Shouldn't you have adapted to being called a dog by now?" "Young Master Wang Wei, even a Buddha can be angered," said Yu Zhou with gritted teeth. "Whatever. Let's see how you deal with being sealed." Rune appeared around Yu Zhou, and he tried to resist. Unfortunately, he turned into a small orb that contained a small world where he was sealed. Wang Wei waited a moment before a flame came out from one of the soul races before Yu Zhou materialized. Killing yourself and using talismans located in different locations to materialize again. Not a bad method to avoid sealing. Wang Wei looked at the sky for a moment. "You even used some means to hide the karma threat connected to the other talismans. Your means can even hide from me. Is that your soul race ability or someone else?" Wang Wei looked at the people behind Yu Zhou. From your reaction, it's from your race. So, you told them everything to ensure your identity remains legit. I would be stupid not to take preventive measures against the only weakness of my immortality. Muttered Wang Wei as he looked directly into Yu Zhou's eyes. I don't like the hidden cockiness in your eyes. It doesn't matter how you feel, there is nothing you can do about it, he replied with his shoulder straighter than before. You are only partially correct. Partially? Wang Wei slowly raised his hand toward Yu Zhou's head. The latter tried to move and respond. But once again, he was powerless. Wang Wei held him by his skull. You should understand there are scarier things than death. Oh! Yu Zhou's scream echoed between heaven and earth. The pain was so much that he instantly felt his mind on the verge of breaking. He immediately tried to commit suicide to escape. Unfortunately, the power of law in Wang Wei's hands made that impossible. Only this small amount of pain almost broke you, Wang Wei said in disappointment. He has not created a way to transfer his pain in the flesh tribulation to his opponent. But with the slight evolution of his pain talent after the tribulation, Yu Zhou could not withstand it. After the latter destroyed his vocal cords screaming for a few minutes, Wang Wei dropped him on the floor. The heavenly will battle does not allow interference, even by an existence on par with the undead Phoenix Emperor. So, who will give you your immortality by then? Yu Zhou exploded himself in an attempt to use death to remove the pain. But even then, he still felt, leading to killing himself a dozen times in just a few seconds. He then looked at Wang Wei with fear. Yes, those are the eyes that traitors like you should have. He then looked at the Soul race members. Your race should probably close your gate again before the final battle. Why would we do that? This idiot just revealed that he has a method of being immortal. You can imagine how many people would do anything to get their hands on it, even if they must become someone's dog. Their faces changed, some emperor lineage and even hidden old monsters would pay anything for such an opportunity. Yu Zhou's face changed as he immediately realized Wang Wei's plan. With the information he revealed, he would raise the Soul race's suspicions. Then, he revealed his immortality, forcing them to close their gate and limiting his movement and resources. And if he abandons this identity, he will become more suspicious. Not to mention, he will have to hide from immortal powerhouses interested in his immortality. No, eternity. Wang Wei turned around to look at someone who was observing him not far away, Di Tian. Their eyes met, creating sparks. Clash of the Titans. As they gazed at each other, standing a few dozen meters from each other, they suddenly released their auras. Bang! A terrifying wind generated from their clash, sending some of the weaker geniuses in the surrounding away in the process. But this was the beginning. The clouds over the entire lifeless domain were divided into two. The baleful aura pushed to the corner of the domain, making space for the clash of these two titans. Lightning and thunder flashed, showing that even the heavens acknowledged the power of these two. At this point in the clash, only heaven-chosens like Fang Lijuan, Zhen Biyu, Huang Yuan, and people on that level could remain to watch this clash. Then, on Wang Wei's side, a projection of the River of Fate manifested, making the spectators instantly feel despair because someone controlled every second of their life. On Di Tian's side, the Wheel of Samsara manifested, allowing everyone to have visions of their life from birth to path and even experience some memories from their past lives. During this clash of aura, only a few people remained close to those two, Tong Ruobing, Hua Fenghuang, Feng Heng, Li Jun, Ao Shen, Jingwu Hua, and two others, one man and one woman. The clash lasted for a few more seconds before another vision occurred of a golden throne situated between the two. As a result, the intensity of their aura suddenly increased. Boom! The standing top heaven chosens were pushed away by the clash. At this point, they could not resist the confrontation with only their aura and would need to use their powers. However, doing so would imply they lost or cheated, so they just flew away. How could they be so strong? Thought Tong Ruobing, biting her lower lip as she flew away. Should I accept these people's invitation? A while ago, a group of geniuses invited her to an allowance against Di Tian and Wang Wei. She rejected them but is now considering this as an option. Feng Heng squinted his eyes as he flew away. Typically, he would have laid low-key as it was his normal mode of operation. However, he also needed to show his fangs once in a while. After all, the battle is one of the best ways to temper the mind. Of course, the main reason for his actions was because his situation was not the best in the Tai Profound Gate since the deception trial. Many of the upper echelons were suspicious of him. If it were not for another secret group inside the gate and his own power, he would have been discovered and forced to run away. As for that secret group, he could guess who it belonged to. He looked at Wang Wei's display of his might with countless thoughts flashing in his mind. The other also flew away from the center of the clash. And each had their own thoughts regarding this battle. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and Di Tian continued their conflict. The Golden Throne moved back and forth between them, with one having the advantage only momentarily. Then, they suddenly stopped simultaneously, and everything returned to normal. They looked at each other for a moment before walking away. As expected, thought Di Tian as he regrouped with the Di clan. He found a way to make up the gap between us, most likely with the unorthodox way of 9 extremity. Now, the question is, will he break the limit? By all odds, there should be no way for this to be possible. After all, 9 Pillars was someone above the Emperor realm and spent countless epochs before discovering a unique treasure that would allow someone to reach 10 extremity. And since this treasure does not exist in the lower dimension, there should be other ways to achieve 10 extremity. As long as it's him, there is a possibility, thought Di Tian. I should have gone above and beyond to kill him. His aura is different, thought Wang Wei. It's more ethereal and noble. Did he find a way to reach 10 extremity? If that's the case, I cannot be as relaxed as I used to be. He reunited with his group before using his divine sense to communicate. He's acting outside of my expectation. Who? Yu Zhou? Asked Tai Gang. Not him. Yu Zhou was a disappointment. He first acted calm and collected but lost his bearing after being called a dog. Wang Wei did not know why that word was triggering for him or whether the latter's pride as someone from the upper dimension made it so easy to play with. I thought Di Tian would have allied with these traitors, added Wang Wei. I thought the first he would do after his release would be to go on a rampage and kill all the Heaven Chosens before the battle, commented Li Jun. The sleepers are gone, so it's harder for him to assassinate anyone, said Yen Liling. He could still do it himself, added Tai Gang. Maybe, he's waiting for the appropriate time. Maybe, said Wang Wei. After Di Tian reunited with his family, he looked in the direction where Yu Zhou secretly escaped with the soul race. He experienced the mental beating Wang Wei gave that man. Are those the people Little Seven talked about? A couple of thousands of years ago, the western continent, Di Tian suddenly opened his as he sensed someone inside his formation. He saw a young man smiling at him with a scar on his chin. Little Seven, Di Tian muttered, joy flashing in his eyes. He did not know how long since he experienced that emotion, but it appeared today. No, I should call you Five-Finger Emperor now. For more chapters, please visit pan.dn0vel. It's Five-Finger Paragon. However, you can call me Little Seven. So, you've reached such height. Di Tian reminisced about where he created Little Seven. He used the best 5-element materials to create someone perfectly in harmony with heaven and earth. Later, he learned from history that he became the Five-Finger Emperor, a pseudo-eternal emperor on par with Eternals who used 5 elements sealing Tao. His trademark sealing method was a mountain with 5 peaks that resembled fingers, hence his emperor title. Now, that young body has reached heights he cannot imagine, making Di Tian feel a little complicated. It was great to see remnants of his past and his creation that he considered like his children. Simultaneously, too much time passed, and none of them were the same. Why are you here? Can you free me? Unfortunately, I'm dead and have little power left, replied Five Finger, who did not want to deal with a seal that had the power of Empress Wu. I'm here to give you a few warnings. Warnings? A few people might come to ask you for an alliance against Wang Wei. Don't do it. Oh, and why not? These people are traitors and spies from the upper dimension. Five Fingers explained some basic knowledge about the 2 suns and 7 moons, the closing of the lower dimension, and the meaning of the upcoming era of the Myriad Emperor world. Now I understand why Heavenly Dao gave him a complete Son of Era position. So, you still haven't explained why I should not ally with them? He would work the devil itself if it could assure his victory. Five Fingers sighed, a little frustrated on the inside despite expecting this outcome. There are factions amongst the people who participated in the ultimate taboo. And their factions, composed mainly of people from the Null Era, wanted their people to lead the new era instead of Qiyuan's faction. However, this was very unlikely, given Di Tian's personality and obsession. The era of the 7 moons is coming to an end. And anyone associated with them will be eliminated once that happens. If you work with these people, when that day arrives, we will not be able to protect you or the revived madam. Di Tian frowned. He did not want to do anything to would affect his life after reviving Ninger. If working with these people placed a target on his back, then he might be forced to hide in the lower dimension for the rest of his life. And even then, they might not be safe. Alright, I'll listen to you. Lastly, be wary of Heavenly Dao. If you go on a killing spree of this era's heaven chosen, it won't ignore you anymore. I know. Di Tian knew that if Wang Wei did not rise, Heavenly Dao would accept him taking the throne because of his overwhelming strength. However, with the current situation, if he began to affect this golden age, the latter would again scheme his downfall. Is there anything else? No, replied Five Fingers. I wanted to help you more, but my situation is not good. Are you and the others all right? Di Tian created 12 humans that he considered his children before creating Ninger. Of the 12, 5 became great emperors, 3 became primarchs, and the other 4 became insurgent Dao monarchs. Little 3, Little 4, and Little 9 all died, said Five Finger with some sadness. As in complete death? Yes. Di Tian sighed as he remembered these kids. Little 3 was a great emperor, and Little 4 and 9 were primarchs. Did they die in the war? Although he had some knowledge before the Null Era, they were incomplete. Little 3 and 9 died in the war. Little 4 died in the upper dimension. Although I'm used to life and death, it saddens me to hear of their departure. I'll make a grave for them that I can worship. They would be pleased, replied Five Fingers as he began to fade. He looked at his body before cupping his hand and bowed politely. Father, it was nice to see you again. Di Tian smiled before nodding his head. As he watched his son disappear, he looked dazed for a few minutes before sitting down and continuing his cultivation. Defamation. After this intense battle, many people could not help but look at these two with horror, especially Di Tian. Most people thought he had ceased to be a viable candidate for the throne. But after disappearing for more than 100,000 years, he showed up to declare the throne was his, and only one other person may stop him. At this point, they all have the same thoughts: do whatever is necessary to get rid of the two. It could be poison, alliance, formation, or assassination. Some daring one even thought about breaking the Immortal Avenue Pact and asking their faction to send some of their immortal ancestors to get rid of these people. Tian calmly looked at everyone's reaction and guessed their thoughts and planning for the future. I need a powerful general. He foresaw the possibility that the battle between him and Wang Wei might be very close. And such a battle, anything could tilt the result. He did not care for these people's alliance and used cannon fodder to try to kill him. However, if he has to spend time dealing with them, it would mean his origin essence, spiritual power, and stamina are not at their peak. And in a battle of such magnitude, the slightest difference could mean losing. So, he needed someone to deal with these people and ensure he remained in peak shape. Of course, he was not the only one who came to this conclusion. Wang Wei predicted this possible outcome long ago. Hence the reason he wanted Li Jun to reach immortal venerable strength. You know what to do, right? Don't worry, replied Li Jun. None of them will touch a hair on you. You will be in perfect shape before you fight him. What about you? Asked Wang Wei. I've practiced the secret technique you gave me, replied Tai Gang. With Yen Liling's pills, I can pay a certain price to achieve immortal strength. Very well. Wang Wei nodded before continuing his observation of everyone present. Chen Chen from the Origin Weapon Mountain was not here, but he was not surprised since his Fate's Shadow Guard told him of his departure. Su Shi is also absent. However, he did not have any information on the latter. He knew the academy had a plan to deal with her obsession with Lin Fan. Unfortunately, only the headmaster and a few people knew of the plan and its outcome. And the academy has kept its mouth shut on her fate. Regardless, their people were here to acquire a token for her. Besides Tong Ruobing and the Origin Weapon Mountain, the people from the other main profession factions did not show up. Wang Wei expected Lu Cheng from the Origin Pill Dao sect to suddenly rise after the inheritance of the Flame Emperor. As for Wu Ming from the Origin Rune Palace, he guessed this guy was probably trying to destroy the faction from the inside. Xiao Songxi was giving him a complex look. After a quick analysis, he could guess the reason. The Star Sage bloodline of the Baishi clan told him how to win this generation's Heaven Will battle. And the answer is simple if you think carefully: kill him and Tian or cultivate the Nine Extremity Foundation. Killing them would require an almost impossible elaborate plan or breaking the Immortal Avenue Pact and asking an insurgent to take action. However, such an act would have political ramifications that would lead to the destruction of the Baishi clan. So, Xiao Songxi is bitter since he knows his chances are slim to none. Wang Wei then focused on Yi Lianxing, heaven chosen from the deep squid race that called himself the Abyss Squid. He was one of the people who remained standing beside Tong Ruobing and the others. This guy gives me a creepy vibe and a dangerously family aura that I cannot completely identify. I should place him on my killing list. Wang Wei calculated he could probably kill one or two more people before affecting his Era Sun title. And he is pondering using it on Yi Lianxing, as his intuition told him this man had a secret that could become a variable in the upcoming battle. Let's observe for a while. He did not want to rush into something and die because of the unknown. He was not stupid or cocky because of his strength. Wang Wei looked at Ao Shen and frowned. He sensed a powerful treasure that hid the latter's real body. Nevertheless, he felt some sense of familiarity with his aura. Where did the demon race find such a treasure? And where did they get such a powerful heaven chosen? The sleepers or the Fate's Shadow Guard have not infiltrated the core of the demon race. Countless thoughts flashed inside his mind as he pondered the information he had. He remembered reading about a secret project of the demon race ages ago to create the ultimate bloodline. Ultimate bloodline? Atavism? Did they want to create an innate creature? Or maybe a creature that contains all the demon race's bloodline? That would be interesting. He moved his eyes, making everybody's heart skip a beat. Every time he focused on someone, everyone else became tense and worried they would suffer the same fate as Yuzhou. Wang Wei glanced at Yang Guowei from the Yang family before moving his eyes. Then, he sensed some tension between Jingwu Hua and Ao Shen. While he observed things, someone walked toward him. It was a man with gray skin and yellow eyes. Wang Wei recognized him since he was one of the few who stood next to Li Jun and the other top heaven chosens. For more chapters, please visit pan.dn0vel. See, you're Wang Chong's descendant, aren't you? And you are? Yin Zhen from the Body Dao Cave. Wang Wei frowned. He knew about the Body Dao Cave since they were an emperor lineage that dated back to the ancient emperor era with 4 great emperors. The founder of that lineage was a body-refining fanatic and was the first pure body refiner who proved the Dao in that era. He called himself the Body Ancestor and wanted to spread a complementary body refining technique to the origin system. Unfortunately, body refining was too painful, arduous, and required too many resources. Most cultivators were satisfied with the minimum tempering they had to do for the origin system, resulting in his dream being crushed. Over time, the Body Dao Cave became the place with the best body refining techniques. Well, maybe not the best, but they have the most extensive collection and the most variety. Yin Zhen? Where have I heard this name? Said Wang Wei, who took a moment to remember. You're the man who lost to my ancestor, Ancient Desolate. He remembered reading about Ancient Desolate's greatest competitor after the Buddhist emperor removed his karma for him. I did not lose to him. Back then, my heavenly zombie art was not completed yet. Whatever helps you sleep at night. So, what do you want with me? Yin Zhen's mouth twitched slightly as he understood how easily this kid could get under people's skin. Nevertheless, he refused to argue with a junior. I have some conflict with your family. I can guess as much. What a rude brat, he muttered. I have accepted my loss to Wang Chong. But tell me why, after I woke up from my seal, I learned the Ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture is known as the most powerful body refining scripture. And the reason for such a title is that it grants the cultivator the ability to fight great emperors in the quasi-emperor realm. What a load of bullshit. He only lost to Wang Chong because he did not finish his heavenly zombie art. But now, after sealing himself in a Yin Grotto heaven for countless eras, he not only managed to temper his will to a high level but also perfected his technique. It is indeed bullshit. But what can I say? Some things, people, and events are mythified due to time. Brat, are you saying Wang Chong did not spread these lies? Quite the accusations, Lord Yin Zhen, said Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Does your Body Dao Cave have proof? Otherwise, you're defaming one of our ancestors. And our sect will not take lightly to false accusations. Yin Zhen's yellow eyes shone. Kid, I'm not here for a war of tongues. I only care about proving him the best with body refining. Alright. Let's settle this. Wang Wei raised his hand, and Yin Zhen followed. They grasped each other's hands before squeezing. They controlled their strength to prevent affecting the surroundings. Bang! A few seconds later, Yin Zhen's hand exploded, and he looked on in shock. He did not say anything and walked away. There is still a chance, he thought. How is it? Asked Li Jun. 54 Primordial Dragon Force, Peak 5 Leaf, and Room for Growth? Li Jun squinted his eyes. It seems I have work cut out for me. Before everyone could process the situation, a vision occurred above the red gate in the middle of the domain. Heavenly Dao finally appeared. Oddity. Numerous lights flew from the heavens before floating before all the participants. They were all a token with the characters, Heaven Will, inscribed on them. Wang Wei held his token and observed it. As expected, it's not linked exclusively to anyone. If someone lost the token, they would lose their position to fight for the Heaven Will. And as everyone figured out this truth, this thing immediately became the most valuable thing to everyone present. Wang Wei instilled his divine sense and received a message on how it functioned. The current token is inactive and requires sacrifices of the devil race's blood to become active. After Heavenly Tao distributed the tokens, the door to the 9 devil gods began slowly opening, and the process took a few minutes. Hey, what happened to the 2 talents the sect got? Kai Song is doing excellent. She's been absorbing some of the miscellaneous emperor's inheritance and developing her talent for puppetry and constructs. She is now preparing to create her own scripture, replied Yen Liling. Pa, NDNOV1, what about that arrogant little guy? He's suffering from heart devil, said Li Jun. Oh, what happened? In just a short 20,000 years, he reached the primordial spirit realm, showing his talent. However, the first thing he did afterward was challenging your projection in the battle tower. And as you can expect, he was abused. Wang Wei left his projection in the battle tower and often used it to fight himself to learn and grow. How come the elders let him do this? Especially in the primordial spirit realm? I guess they wanted to give him a wake-up call and quell his arrogance. But no one expected him to become obsessed with defeating you and creating heart demon. They need to fix it as soon as possible. These 2 are the future of the sect. Wang Wei wanted the sect to have more talent and be more prosperous. So, he is prepared to chat with the young lad if necessary to help him deal with his heart devil. The gate finally opened, and he and Di Tian were the first to enter. Wang Wei felt like he had passed through a resistant film, and when he opened his eyes, he was alone and in a different place. We're all scattered. He did not mind as he scanned the surroundings and located the nearest habitat with living creatures. He teleported to a small village full of flame devils. They were a species with a head made of fire with a human body. Wang Wei snapped his finger and killed the nearest devil before checking his token. Then, he frowned since nothing had happened. He snapped his finger again, killing all hundreds of people in this village. Nothing happened to his token. What's going on? He looked thousands of meters in the distance to the nearest city. He saw one of the Heaven Chosen waving his hand to instantly massacre a city of billions. However, the latter also frowned as he looked at his token since nothing had changed. There was no indication he had completed a kill or that his token was activating. Wang Wei checked the other place, and it was the same. Things are not simple as expected. He prepared to leave when someone flew from the distance and floated before him, looking at him with intense hatred. People from the myriad emperor world, have you not enough? Have we not suffered enough for the actions of our ancestors? If you devils had conquered the endless void, you would do worse than this, replied Wang Wei. But we did not. We lost and paid the price for 2 eras. Shouldn't be enough? Maybe, it is. Unfortunately, no one wants to test whether you have truly changed or would revert to your former self after recuperating. This is not about preventing our rise. No, this is plain cruelty, replied the devil. If you guys truly care about that, you should have wiped out our race and taken us out of our misery. The devil looked at the destroyed village, tears falling down his eyes in the shape of lava. His father, mother, younger brother, and sister lived in that village. He knew the cleanup was coming and left to find a way for them to survive. And when he returned, it was too late. The devil did say anything. He looked at Wang Wei with piercing hatred before falling to the ground. He destroyed his soul. For more chapters, please visit Pand, N0vel. I agree with you on that, muttered Wang Wei before leaving. He did not create a tombstone for this unknown devil or the village, that would be too hypocritical even for him. He came here as a conqueror and destroyer and accepted that his hands would be full of blood before he came here. He teleported far away to where he sensed Li Jun and the others. What's going on? Asked Li Jun, confused like everyone. I don't know, but am prepared to find the answer. Wang Wei floated in the air in a cross-legged position, closing his eyes as the power of fate and yin-yang manifested in him. The others protected him and waited. "Find something," he said a few minutes later. "There is a subcontinent of this world that seemed its own world. Maybe it has something to do with this." Wang Wei waved his hand to create a passage to that continent, but he did not enter himself since he did not know the danger. A gigantic hand appeared above most of the 9 devil gods' world and instantly caught 90% of the heaven chosens before pushing them into that tunnel. Wang Wei and the group waited. They could not see beyond the tunnel, but they could sense the life signs of these people. While waiting, everybody else's Wang Wei did not catch soon arrive around them, looking at the channel and figuring out what had happened. After 15 minutes, the group decided it was worth trying but took out their life-saving talismans, just in case. Wang Wei found himself in a regular place. The only anomaly was a protective film that rose to the heavens. He walked to it and touched it. "What is it?" asked Li Jun. "We can't enter the 9 devil god until we fulfill some condition." Wang Wei could feel the power of this film was terrifying. It reminded him of the time he asked Wu Hong to show him the power of an eternal emperor. But, how is that possible? Heavenly Tao of any world will only reach second-class emperor and barely first-class. "It seems that an anomaly did occur in this world," said Yan Liling as she tried to know a veil to look beyond this veil. "The situation is worse than you think. Whoever laid this film should have the power to hide this small world completely," said Wang Wei with a frown. "But they did not. Is it the surviving devil gods? But they should be in a weakened state. Even if they sacrificed all their powers, could they do something like this?" added Tai Gang. "Could they have revived? But that would mean they removed Empress Wuxia and all the other emperors who reinforced it," said Li Jun. "Could it be the people from the upper dimension? The revival of the devil race does not benefit them since they would need a long time to recuperate and pose a threat to anyone. Plus, even if they did return to the peak, no plane would let them achieve the same thing again," analyzed Yan Liling. "Time Eater, Undead Phoenix, and Disaster Paragons should have lived in the upper dimension during the true devil's catastrophe. They should know the terror of a revived devil race. Furthermore, if they removed the seal, they might offend Wu Hong, who should be quite the deterrent even in her weakened state. However, her state can also make them bolder and do things they normally would not." Wang Wei realized he did not have enough information to analyze the entire situation since there were too many variables and possibilities to consider. Although the 7 moons appeared on the surface as greedy, selfish, and power-hungry people, each individual has their own goals, ambitions, desires, and schemes. They can only be considered a loose alliance, which was good for Wang Wei once he tried to dismantle their rule. However, it also makes it more difficult to calculate some of their thought patterns and motives for doing anything. And if he considers that some of them usually act individually outside of the group's interest, it becomes even more complicated. While everyone was walking around to determine their next step, a sudden change occurred. Everyone became on guard since they sense a power similar to Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei frowned since he knew Wu Hong sealed the Heavenly Tao of the 9 devil god world. Above the sky in their isolated area, characters began to appear. The first made a phrase that seemed to be a title, followed by 4 floating characters hanging above everyone's head. The Game of King. The Game of King. King, advisor, general, soldier. Everyone looked at the character and the message to choose a position. These heaven-chosen quickly analyzed they had to participate in some chess game to enter the 9 devil god world. But what was the point of this? And why would they need to choose which pieces they are? Wang Wei had similar thoughts as these people, but he saw more than them. He detected an absolutely terrifying and brilliant use of order Dao from these characters. "Order is about balance and cannot exist without disorder," said Wang Wei out loud to the heavens. "Since we must participate in the game, we also must know the rules. A multicolored light appeared above the sky before a book descended in Wang Wei's palm. A few people wanted to rush to get it but remembered who this book belonged to. Meanwhile, Di Tian also wanted to rush but decided to better observe the situation and not make rash decisions. "Heavens, please grant this lowly one a rule book," quickly screamed a fast-minded individual. Unfortunately, nothing happened. So, he and many others tried saying the same thing differently. Suddenly, someone rushed toward Wang Wei to grab the book. He did not even look at who it was. Before the person could react, Li Jun kicked the man's head, popping it like a balloon, killing this man's ambitions of achieving immortality and sitting on the throne. Li Jun looked at everyone with bloodlust in his eyes. With his flowing red hair, he looked like a god of slaughter who reveled in the act of killing. And when he licked the blood on his face, he was genuinely menacing. "You look disgusting," said Yen Liling, destroying the atmosphere. She took out a silk cloth to wipe his face. "Common, honey, I'm trying to be intimidating," said Li Jun with a smile. The atmosphere was not destroyed. Seeing Li Jun instantly kill such a genius and smiling casually like it was nothing was scarier as it indicated this man's unhinged mind. Some people did not care about what occurred and were only concerned with getting a rule book. Di Tian took out an artifact in the shape of a chessboard and activated it. The artifact exuded the power of order, and after a few minutes, he took out a peak quasi-emperor ore and said to heaven, "This is my offering." As soon as he finished, another book descended from the sky and landed on him. However, he squinted his eyes when he noticed the book in Wang Wei's hand was different than his. However, he did not say anything. He was not stupid and guessed this was intentional to sow conflict. Other people tried Di Tian's method, which worked, so more took their treasure to exchange. Pan DN0VE1 CM, "Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, you can also buy the rules from me," said Wang Wei. "And I only need a supernatural tier as exchange." People then gave him a look that said, "We would never believe in your integrity, especially after how you treated Yin Zhen and Yu Zhou. A cruel and cunning person like you is the least trusted person here. I am offended by the looks on your faces. But I promise to sign the most restrictive contract that I will not change anything from the rules." This statement did increase his credibility. But people were still on guard. Think of it that way. Would you prefer to fund me or the devil race? This was indeed something worth thinking about. If they exchange with this world's heavenly Tao, the one who will benefit is the devil race. On the other hand, they also did not want to increase the foundation of the Tao opening sect. "We don't have to buy from you." "True. But it's obvious my book is the original and probably has some hidden secrets not found in the others," countered Wang Wei. Many people debated, and in the end, many decided to buy from him. The others continued to buy from Heavenly Tao, and Wang Wei shamelessly called them traitors. As for the others, they bought from the few people who exchanged after Di Tian. As for Di Tian himself, he had an unapproachable vibe, so everyone left him alone. Wang Wei made a decent profit, and he kept his word. Of course, the contract he signed also stated these people could not sell it to another person. Then, everybody collectively after reading the rule book because of how strange they were. The first sentence was about how anyone who entered the continent needed a role: king, advisor, general, and soldier. The book indicated the rules and restrictions of each role. King can only fight another king. Kings cannot kill generals, advisors, soldiers, or others. Kings can have up to 5 generals. Only kings can fly. Advisors are responsible for logistics, transportation, and other miscellaneous responsibilities. General leads the soldiers. Only generals can use summoning techniques with a limit on the number. Soldiers can only kill soldiers. Everyone wondered about the meaning of these rules, to be precise, the deeper meanings and implications. "I choose general," suddenly said Di Tian. The character trembled a little, but nothing occurred. In that case, I want to be an advisor. The character trembled again, but it was the same result. Soldier. Nothing happened. King. Then, the character of king floated above his head. Everyone tested this anomaly and discovered 5 people who could only become king: Di Tian, Wang Wei, Yin Zhen, Feng Heng, and Yi Lianxiang. What is with these rules and nonsensical restrictions? Asked Tai Gang. It seems the objective is to prevent us from slaughtering too many of the devil race, commented Li Jun. The vagueness of the rules is to give the devil race an advantage, analyzed Yen Liling. They are probably used to this mode of battle and overwhelm us on experience. Furthermore, we probably do not know all the rules. Liling is right. The rules we have is only because of the disorder balance. However, there are probably hidden rules we have to discover ourselves. So, what do we do now? Return to prepare for this game? Asked Tai Gang. I don't think we have a choice, agreed Li Jun. No. We will use the barbaric method first, said Wang Wei. For more chapters, please visit Pand, N0vel. You want to use brute force to break the film? Yes. Let's gather the entire world and see what happens. The group left through the space channel before returning to the Myriad Emperor world. However, the moment they landed, their entrance token changed. The characters for King and General appeared with a message asking for a choice. A King can enter the battle and bring people with the number based on the activation level of the token. A General is connected to a king, and killing devil races will contribute to activating the king's token. Things just got more complicated, stated Tai Gang, and he was correct. Yes. Heavenly Dao seems to accept this game of king as part of the Heavenly Will battle. So now, trying to use brute force equals intervening in the final battle, said Li Jun with a frown. Why would it accept such a nonsensical game? Asked Yen Liling. A new and prosperous era is coming. Heavenly Dao may want the next emperor to have power and display leadership, charisma, and strategic capabilities. That's a reasonable explanation. But are things as simple as that? Probably not. Let's go home first and prepare, said Wang Wei as he felt the same way. Things were not that simple. However, before they could even leave, the token sent another message: everybody had 3 days before the start of the game. It's one thing after another, complained Tai Gang, and everybody agreed with him. After returning home to analyze the rules, Wang Wei sensed something and teleported to Wang Clan Mountain, where he saw a worried look on his mother's face. What's wrong? I think your father might be developing heart demon. Wang Wei sighed. I'll talk to him. He flew to the fishing river, and his father was in the same position, and he appeared to have been there since their last meeting. Wang Wei could feel the chaotic emotions emanating from his body, even affecting his spiritual power. What's going on with you? He asked as he sat next to the ladder. I've been thinking about the situation and trying to convince myself, replied Wang Tian. Then, I suddenly thought how you would be disappointed in me if I made the wrong choice and the situation escalated. You don't have to worry about my disappointment. This is about your cultivation path, and I will accept and support whatever you choose. But you will still be disappointed. Yes, but that's not important, is it? Reassured Wang Wei. Remember when I was a kid, and I refused to become a swordsman? You were disappointed in me, but you still supported and loved me, and I respected you for that. That's true, replied Wang Tian, smiling a little as he reminisced. And in the process, his breathing became smoother. I still cannot make a choice. Let me ask you something. You believe in your pure swordsman path, correct? Of course. Let's imagine a scenario. 2 identical swordsmen with the same talent studied the same techniques, fought the same battles, had the same state of mind, Dao heart, battle IQ, etc. One is a pure swordsman, and the other trains his body to the pinnacle. Who would win? The body won, of course. Why? Because of his defense. Shouldn't the pure swordsman overcome the latter's defense? Isn't that the core of your ideology? Overcoming everything with the most powerful attack. So, why would the body swordsman win? He would win, because his body would allow him an even greater attack power. He would become the ultimate sword, an unbreakable sword, a sword without weakness. A powerful sword will appear around Wang Tian as he closed his eyes, entering a state of enlightenment. Wang Wei smiled and nodded before leaving. I'm busy, so I can't wait for him to wake up. Don't worry. Now that I think about it, it's weird that you're back, said Yu Yen. Things got complicated. I'll tell you later. Alright. I'll stay by your father's side until he wakes up. Wang Wei flew to reunite with the group. Start of the game. How is it going? Asked Wang Wei as he entered the room. We've asked the elders to begin the troops' mobilization, and we are now analyzing the rules, replied Li Jun. Is everything okay on your side? It's deal with. What do you guys have so far? The advisor seemed the most useless of the roles based on the description only. However, it appeared second when the roles appeared. Moreover, what is the meaning of miscellaneous in the job's descriptions, said Yen Liling. If only kings can fly, battles will become less dynamic, which is both good and bad, commented Li Jun, and there might even be some other restrictions before a king can another. I'm worried about this sentence. Kings cannot kill generals, advisors, soldiers, or others. What do the others mean? Are there any unknown roles we do not know about, added Tai Gang. If the soldiers cannot fly and teleport, then we would need to march or use other forms of transportation like horses or demonic race, pointed out Li Jun. This should be one of the jobs of the advisor, transportation. Logistics should involve pills to recuperate, increase strength, and other stuff. That means, advisors must have alchemy capabilities, said Yen Liling. Or worse, they might be the only ones who can use alchemy or other professions. This conclusion made sense if the game's purpose was to limit the players, targeting masters of all trades like Wang Wei. Moreover, the advisor must be a capable alchemist like Yen Liling, who can refine various pills. The summoning restrictions are also a way to limit the power of generals, said Li Jun. However, why does it say soldiers can only kill soldiers? Could it be that a large number cannot be used to defeat other roles, or is it something else? Big brother, what do you think? Are you paying attention? I am, but am thinking, why only 5 of us could only be kings? Isn't it because of strength? Yes, everyone that was chosen, except for Yi Lianqing, had a minimum strength of 4-leaf Immortal Venerable. Does that mean he also has that strength? It seems obvious. It does. But everyone who broke the mortal immorta boundary has a certain aura to them that I can recognize, but I did not feel it from him. So, what's so special about him? People like Tai Gang and Liling, who has to use a secret technique to immortal venerable strength, also do not have this aura. Are you saying Yi Lianxiang can increase his strength from quasi-emperor to 4-leaf immortal venerable? And it might be higher? How is that possible? Because of the gap, Li Jun only has 3-leaf and will only achieve 4-leaf in the quasi-emperor realm, and there is the possibility of failure. Maybe, you should really kill him, said Tai Gang. He was in for removing any possible hidden danger. Let's observe more since I probably only have 1 spot left. I need to take out the biggest instability, replied Wang Wei. Now, you guys should consider the implications behind these 5 individuals. Implications, said Li Jun with a frown before his eyes lit up. The devil race's heavenly Tao is not worried about generals or kings that only have 3-leaf or below strength. So, that's the reason I could be both a king or a general. Exactly. This game might be more difficult than we expected. Indeed, said Wang Wei, motioning for everybody to quiet down. He closed his eyes and began to calculate and do simulations, even using his future Buddha self. A few hours later, he said, the advisor is the most important role in this game. Did you figure something out? Yes, replied Wang Wei before explaining the possible scenario he thought of. That would change the dynamic of everything, commented Li Jun. He then looked at his wife, you will have a lot of work. It's fine. The automatic cauldron is perfect for this kind of scenario. Let's go prepare. Add a few more professions as soldiers, commented Wang Wei. We might need them later. He then flew home to see his wife. Whatever it is you want to ask me, don't pan DN0VE1 CM what? I haven't opened my mouth yet. It's your heaven will battle, so deal with it yourself. Sigh. Can you, at least, tell me if there has been any heaven will battle like this one? I know there have been a few odd ones, but nothing as odd as this one. So, it is an anomaly. Wang Wei spent some time with his wife before leaving. He wanted to take the remaining 3 days to strategize and even do some last-minute training with his army. However, before flying away, Wu Hong said, be careful of Yi Lianxing. What secret he has gives me a bad vibe. Do you know something? I feel like I do, but I can't remember. Like many others, such a person did not exist in the previous timeline. However, Yi Lianxing's creepy aura reminded her of one of the few times she experienced terror as a paragon. Unfortunately, the memory is vague and distant. I will be careful. After Wang Wei left, Wu Hong looked into the distance. I can only use it once more, and it's already been planned. She shook her head, a little sad. For more chapters, please visit Pand, N0vel. Meanwhile, Wang Wei regrouped with the others. They used his time chaos treasure to strategize and conduct training. The entire world was rapidly mobilizing for this sudden change in heaven will battle. Powerful generals instantly became extremely valuable since one cannot even acquire an entrance token without one. 3 days later, everyone gathered again at the starting place of the game. Wang Wei became the king, Yan Liling was the advisor, and Tai Gang, Li Jun, and Wang Ju were generals. Although they could choose 2 more generals from the sect, the group's strategy considered this. Tong Ruobing looked at Wang Wei's group and frowned. Why does he only have 3 generals? More generals meant a bigger army and a higher chance of survival. Is he too confident, or does he know something? She looked in Di Tian's direction and saw that he also only brought 3 generals. And like Wang Wei's formation, one of the generals seemed more focused on information gathering. Something is definitely off. Little did she know these people discovered some hidden rules to this game. Wang Wei used his intellect, while Di Tian used his wealth. One of the treasures he has was refined from the body of a Star Stage Bash clan. In his attempt to revive his wife, he consulted a member with a 5-star bloodline, and when the latter could not give the answer he wanted, he was not pleased. And because of his action, he had this treasure and became the sworn enemy of the Baishi clan. Wang Wei chose King for his entrance token, and the others chose General, linked to his. I'm counting on you guys. Big brother, don't worry, we have your back. Wang Wei smiled before heading to the protective film. However, before passing through it, something occurred. Heavenly Dao suddenly showed up and said Wang Ju and another person wearing a hood beside Di Tian were banished from entering. What is wrong now? Asked Wang Wei even though he knew. No answer. I'll agree for her to seal herself. No answer, just the same answer that Wang Ju was banned. Then, let her be a king. Still the same. This is absurd. Wang Wei closed his eyes and used his Sun Era title to summon the myriad Emperor World's Heavenly Dao. He argued that the devil race should not allow changing the rules. Afterward, negotiations occurred between these world consciousness before they reached an agreement. A seal descended on Wang Ju and Di Tian's shadow, limiting their power. Wang Wei frowned, but he did not say anything else. The group then finally entered the film. They found themselves in an open plain with nothing in the distance. "What is going on with Heavenly Dao?" asked Li Jun. "I don't know," replied Wang Wei. "Let's observe the surroundings for now." "Alright." "Abundant spiritual qi, so the devil race should be thriving living in such an environment," commented Tai Gang. "The question is how long this place has existed. And how much have they recuperated?" asked Li Jun. "The surrounding space is weird," said Wang Wei as he tried to manipulate the space to no avail. As expected, teleportation is a form of travel that is prohibited. "Liling, can you teleport?" Yan Liling controlled her law to bend the space. "No. I don't think it's what it meant with transportation. Maybe through teleportation? However, this might also be forbidden if your guess is correct." "True. Try flying." Everyone then tried to fly into the sky, and a powerful force prevented them. "Please choose your soldiers," these characters suddenly appeared, floating above this group's head. The group then summoned their legions, the Slaughter and Undying Legion. "You have reached the maximum number of soldiers, please be warned that spatial treasures will be forbidden from now on. So, take out your weapons and armor immediately." "So, they are trying to prevent us from placing soldiers in small worlds to transport them," commented Tai Gang. "What about for advisors?" asked Wang Wei. "Advisors are allowed to remove limited items from their space ring." "Do you think we would know the answer if we did not ask this question?" asked Yan Liling. "Probably not. But it's not that hard to figure out." "I think," replied Li Jun. "Let's test out a few things," said Wang Wei before flying in the distance and returning a few minutes later. "The king can only travel a certain distance from his troops. Luckily, the distance is not that horrible. The devil race in this continent better have the same rules and restrictions," said Tai Gang. "Otherwise, this would be ridiculous." "They have to," replied Wang Wei. "Wang Ju, send your scout. Well, march afterward." Wang Ju only brought the least amount of people in the group because of the previous tactics. A few hours later, she returned with some news. "Sect Master, your prediction was correct. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.